to the principal of the National School of Government, Professor Busani Ngaweni, to the Deputy Director General, Institutional Development, Ms. G. Matlaopane, and the Northern Cape officials that are here with us. To Dr. Botshabelo Maja, the DDG, NSG, and all the officials of the National School of Government, the NSG senior managers, and all present from the National School of Government. To Dr. Tamsan Nachezi, the PSTF head of the Secretariat, as well as the PSTF leadership. Bangambuya, the Energy Panel of Experts, Cohen from the Public-Private Growth Initiative, to the academics from higher education that are present with us, the visitors, the delegates, attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the 10th of the 11th month of 2021. And we are excited for the 2 days that have been arranged for us. And we're looking forward to beautiful and fruitful engagement over the 2 days on this very significant day of the Northern Cape PSTF Peer Learning Exchange Seminar. Now, as leading professionals and as request you over the next 2 days to observe the protocols of the COVID-19 throughout. It is a request that we keep to them so that we are in line with government protocols. We need to religiously, please, keep to the protocols as prescribed. Now, before I request Dr. Maja to open for us this very important seminar of the Northern Cape Peer Learning Exchange, I just want to say that we have a very, very well-packed program for you, which I hope is going to be beneficial for everybody. And we hope that at the end of it all, at the end of the 2 days, the discussions and everything else will benefit to attend this very important seminar. And we will talk later about some of the programs that we will be presenting and some of the topics that we'll be presenting. But because Dr. Botshabelo Maja is connected right away with us via Zoom, and he is in Pretoria, the National School of Government, I am going to ask our tech team to open for him so that we can humbly request Dr. Botshabelo Maja to officially open the seminar for us. Over to you, Doctor. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, fellow colleagues in the beautiful Northern Cape. I'm quite excited to join you today in one of our very important PLE sessions. We will be having a discussion with yourselves during the next few days, as the program director was just indicating, around the conversations that we think are critical so that they can assist us to move forward in terms of our engagements as the not only the National School of Government, but also an engagement between us and yourselves as our partners in this journey that is quite critical to allow us to move forward. So we've been having these conversations in a number of provinces because at the National School of Government, we strongly believe that to build a capable developmental state will require all of us to put our hands on the wheel, and we will have to work together to make sure that we push in one direction, more importantly, because we are aiming for certain goals and objectives by the year 2030. So what is it that we are facing? The year 2030 that we keep talking about, that is in the National Development Plan, is a year that we hope to reach despite the challenges of the contemporary moment. All of you know and are now very familiar with the fact that the last 2 years in particular have not been easy, not only in South Africa, but globally with this COVID-19 pandemic. It has had a number of implications. Economic poverty, we've seen it rise despite government interventions to try and manage it. Businesses had to close down, schools had to close down, leisure and sporting activities had to close down. That has been a major hit, not only to South Africa, but globally. And it poses severe risks for all of us, leading to the year 2030. But at the same time, as you've been hearing yourselves in the last 2 weeks with COP26 that is taking place in the UK, climate change is real. So we are navigating the COVID-19 pandemic in a context where we are also facing rapid movements in climate that have been triggered by our own behavior. And therefore, we're seeing rising sea levels. We are seeing unpredictable weather. We are seeing damage to property that is taking place throughout the world. However, we have to keep on soldiering on, aiming for this in South Africa, the year 2030. Because if we do not keep on soldiering on, there isn't option B on COVID-19. There is no option B on climate change. At the same time, our young people are restless, as we've seen in South Africa in July, as we are seeing now in Sudan, and we've seen it during the Arab Spring. These are all challenges of what we call our contemporary moment. So what it means is that none of us has an opportunity or a space or an allowance to do nothing. None of us can sit back and say, we can't do nothing about this, because our failure to act will bring us all down. So COVID is the modern pandemic, but it's not the only pandemic that has hit human nature in our lifetime. There have been pandemics before, and human beings have been able to rise up, to continue to develop, and to make sure that they look forward to a better and a brighter future. So we have to use these lessons to say, how are we going to rise up in this current moment such that our children and our grandchildren by the year 2030, they do not inherit a disaster that we would have left behind for them. I like to make the example, two examples in particular. So in December 2020, last year, Bloomberg, which is an international agency, economic agency that writes reports on different countries and how different countries are doing in terms of their development index, wrote a report in December 2020 in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic about South Africa. And they predict in their report that by the year 2030, South Africa will be a failed state. Bloomberg has already predicted that by the year 2030, South Africa will be a failed state. When they did these predictions, it was before the third wave of COVID-19. It was before the July unrest that we experienced in this country. If you look at the statistics from Statistics South Africa on employment trends in the country, you will see we are in a difficult situation as a country. And all of us as public servants have to stand up and be counted. The moment to be counted is now. We have tried before. We've put many things on the plan. We've said we will do Asgisa. We said we will do the new growth path. We've said many, many, many things over the last 26 years. Yes, some of those things have assisted us to move forward, but others have not. We are sitting here today as public servants of today, faced with a national development plan that expects us to do certain things by the year 2030. Will it be that those who will come after us in the year 2031, 2032, 2033, will look back to this moment in 2021, November 10, and say, those people who were sitting in the Northern Cape on the 10th of November, 2021, 10 years ago, did nothing? Or will they say, those people who sat in 2021 did something, and these are the fruits that we can see, and this is how we can take over the baton and move forward? That is the question we have to keep on asking ourselves. So there is a lot of turbulence in our governance, in our service delivery that we will have to deal with, we will have to manage. And we are having these conversations with yourselves, and we are going from province to province, because it is not just about us having plans to do certain things. It is also about how we're going to overcome turbulence. Turbulence is a natural phenomenon. Every aeroplane will face some sort of turbulence during its flight. So the question is not whether there will be turbulence or not, because that's an irrelevant question. The question is, will we be ready when we are hit by turbulence? And what are the things that we will do to manage the turbulence such that we can still arrive safely and on time at our next destination, for us, which is destination 2030. And we hope, of course, none of us are going to say it wasn't me. So this is a true story. I'll give you a few true stories, colleagues. This is one true story. This company was hired to prepare a soccer field, and mainly to make sure that the markings in the soccer field are in order so that a game can take place. But there was a tree in the middle of the soccer field. And these guys continues to mark a field that has a tree and get paid and go home happily knowing that no one can be able to play in a field with a tree in the middle of it. Are we this kind of public servant, or are we a different kind of public servant that will say, there is no field here first and foremost to mark, so I'm not going to mark something that cannot be used as a soccer field after I've marked it as a soccer field. Therefore, before I mark it as a soccer field, there are these things that have to be done to enable the soccer field to be what it should be. And in this case, the only thing that had to be done was to remove that tree. Do we have the skills to navigate the headwinds? Because there will be headwinds. Climate change, COVID-19, youth unemployment. These are the headwinds, and do we have the skills to navigate them? And as we have this conversation today and tomorrow, we have to keep on reminding and asking ourselves whether we have the skills to navigate the headwinds. Are we the ones that are going to be installing these kinds of tarred roads? This road exists in the Vaal. If you go to the Vaal on the southern side of Gauteng, you will find this road where the tar is only in the middle and on the sides, there's no more tar. This is a consequence of neglect upstream. The people who are supposed to do this job did not do it right, and you experience these problems at the downstream level. So we have to always do the right thing. And we have to always remind ourselves, how are we going to be part of this developmental capable state? And what are the things that we are going to do to make sure that this capable developmental state takes place, it is experienced, and it happens? So we need to have strength. We also need to have what we call scope. So you need to know the extent of what you want to implement to be able to achieve the objectives that we talk about. We then suggest that a number of things have to happen for us to see this capable developmental state. All of us know that we have to have leadership. There has to be governance and accountability. We must be functional and we must be efficient. Program director, we started this meeting 20 minutes late. That is not efficient. That is not functional. If as public servants, we are starting a meeting such as this one, 20 minutes late, it means that 2030 will be realized 20 years later. So it means 2030 will only happen in 2050. And by 2050, we will all be dead. So all of us as public servants who are sitting here today have to ask ourselves, why did we start 20 minutes late? If I cannot simply start a meeting on time, what are the possibilities that I can do other things? What are the possibilities that if I can't manage time, I'll be able to manage service delivery? How can I be called professional, meritocratic, and ethical when I cannot start a meeting on time? So we talk about professionalization because one of the key elements around professionalization, there has to be certain basic elements that we start with. You have to show up. You have to look like you want to be there. And you must be there on time. Then the rest will flow. Then we can talk about the headwinds that I'm talking about. Then we can talk about turbulence. Then we can talk about strength and scope. But we must be there, and we must be there on time. However, as public servants, we have to worry about social compact, and we cannot do all of this alone. We have a society that we must bring with us. We must make sure that we are sensitive to issues of gender and youth and people with disabilities, and also that we are people-centered. So we propose these 10 theses of an effective developmental state, which we would like you in the next 2 days, as you reflect, as you discuss, to think about them. And some of them are in the previous slide, some of them are here. But I just want to emphasize one or two things. One of the things that we get criticized a lot as South Africans, in fact, somebody said to me the other day, you know, if there was to be a global award for those people who talk a lot, South Africa would be #1 in the world. And I got worried when this person said this to me, you know, and it was not a South African who said this to me. So I thought, so this is what we are excelling at. Talk, talk, talk. People know us as talkers. And they're saying, if there was to be an award for talking, we would be #1. Yes, unfortunately, I'm talking to you now and I feel bad about it. But let's talk and then go do. Let's quickly talk and then go do. We call this execution diligence. It's no use to talk about doing without doing. We have to get ourselves as government officials to execute with diligence. You see, we don't just say execute, we say execute with diligence. And inside that word diligence, there is a lot
of course, it includes being there on time, because you can't be diligent in absentia and you can't be diligent late. So, but also it means that when you do the markings of the soccer field that I was showing, it is not diligent to mark a soccer field with a tree. You can't say I've just executed marking a soccer field with diligence, but left the tree behind. So we propose this thesis, and these are the things that we would like you to reflect on. And these are the things, as we say, we are building this capable developmental state, would like all of us to worry about. So COVID-19 is the new normal, and it has then said we need to do certain things in certain ways. It has changed the way we used to work. I mean, I'm now with you without being with you. And there's no need for me to drive for 100 hours when I can be with you without doing that. Because then I can be able to execute here certain things and execute there other things, and then see whether we cannot cut the time we need to achieve what we need to achieve by the year 2030. So we have to use technology. We have to respond with rapid sense in terms of delivering services. We have to be flexible when we use our policy instruments. And we've seen it with COVID-19. The delivery of water in rural areas had to happen because COVID said people have to be able to wash for the virus not to stick. And therefore, we had to deliver water in various rural areas. In fact, at the National School of Government, and I would urge you to do this, we have developed and conducted a number of case studies where we've tracked how certain government departments were able to use the pandemic to achieve some of the things that I'm talking about here. Flexible use of policy instruments, responsive governance and institutional arrangements, effective communication, and also the dynamic use of technology. The water example is one of the case studies, and we've written up these case studies and we've published them in a book that we launched last month in September. And I hope that colleagues who are with you there are able to share with you that book. If they are, I urge you not to take that book home as a souvenir. Give yourself time, read through the book. You don't have to read all of it at once, but on a Saturday or on a Sunday, take a chapter, read through some of those case studies to see what this new normal has meant in terms of COVID-19 and how some of the departments are beginning to take up the challenge and giving us hope that maybe by the year 2030, we will not be the failed state that Bloomberg talks about. So we have to be committed. We have to be diligent. We have to be prudent. We have to be masterful, but also we must be innovative at the same time being ethical and accountable. So this mastering of the craft, this mastering of statecraft is the essence of what we must become. If this guy earlier this year, I think was in February, could land this aeroplane in the US with one engine, this plane, this is a true picture. It's not a made up fake news. This plane was burning in the air, but the pilot was able to land that plane and no one died. That is mastering statecraft. A pilot landed an aeroplane in New York on the Hudson River in 2011 or so, with all engines dead. A Boeing aircraft suffered what they call a bird strike, where all engines sucked in hundreds of birds and the aeroplane was without power. The pilot had to turn the plane around and look for a river, and he found the Hudson River inside New York City, one of the biggest cities in the world. And he landed an aeroplane on a river and no one died. All survived. There's a movie about this. So if you're not in a mood to read the book from the National School of Government, at least watch that movie and see what mastering statecraft talks about and refers to. And this is what we have to become. And we believe we can become the masters of statecraft as government officials. So we are reimagining the National School of Government as part of this conversation. And we are really worried about this capable state, the ethical state, and the developmental state that we're talking about, and the work that we need to do to make sure that we achieve all these elements. We, I think something was happening with my presentation. So we're quite worried about mastering the statecraft. I'm going to stop share and then reshare again, colleagues, and then I'll be done in a few minutes if you can be patient with us. I'll reshare. So we have to master the statecraft that we keep on talking about, so that we can be able to continue to do the work that we need to do. Okay, I think there's a problem now. I'm not sure whether it's, are we still, I think we are connected on my side. Can I confirm if we are connected on your side, Chair?
Yes, we are.
Okay, we are. Okay. So, okay, I'll restart this so that we can. So we have to master the statecraft that I was talking about, because I think that one. Okay, I'll start here. Thank you. If you can just be patient with me, colleagues. So I was at this point where I was raising the issue of mastering the statecraft, which is an area that we believe that we must continue to work around. And of course, the president has spoken to us a number of times about what he expects. He was with us at the National School of Government earlier this year when we had a masterclass attended by Maria Mazzucato. And also some of you might have noticed at the State Capture Commission that the president was talking there about the issues around how the public service is the cold face of government, and that the lack of professionalism doesn't just impact service delivery, but it also dents public confidence. So the president is with us on this journey, and he's quite keen that as a National School of Government, we must roll out interventions that are targeting all officials to enable this execution diligence that we keep on talking about. So this is our mandate, and these are the 6 areas of our interventions which you will engage with over the next few days. And the president, again, this is when he was talking to us at the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. And these are the focus areas of our interventions. So we are having programs and interventions targeted at what we call cadet and foundational development. And then we have interventions. Cadet includes youth. So I've been talking a lot about youth and what we need to do there. It's all under cadet, then middle management development, senior management, and also executive management. This is where we run our executive coaching programs, and also a number of other programs that we pull ministers and councillors into them. We have a number of flagship programs which we really would like you to join us.
Sorry, Dr. Maja, to disturb you. We are not seeing your presentation. It's not displayed on our side.
The presentation is not displayed on your side. Okay. Let's see.
So now I'm not sure why is it not showing on your side. Maybe Chair, would you mind if I just reconnect for a second?
No problem.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm very sorry about that. I think we experienced a slight glitch, which we had to try and resolve. So I hope I am back and audible for everyone to hear me. So if I'm not, you will then give me an indication on your side. But for now, I will assume that I am. And then continue with the presentation. Would that be okay with you, Chair?
Yes, you can go ahead. We can see.
Is it visible now?
Yes, we
Sorry?
can see that you are sharing your screen, but the presentation hasn't opened on our side.
You can see the presentation?
Not the presentation, just your screen though.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Let's stop share. Is it true?
It's slowly coming. Now we can see it.
Now you can see the presentation. Thank you very much. So let me. Okay, so let's just run with it now. So colleagues, the point I was making just before it became clear that the slides are not visible was that we've been urged by the president to talk to issues of how we work together going forward and how we can pull our weight, all of us, to make sure that we work in unison to realize this developmental state that we keep on talking about. So therefore, all of us really have to do our best to join in terms of making sure that we move towards this developmental state that we think is critical in terms of the goals that we have imagined for ourselves. So these are the interventions that we have at the National School of Government. This is how we have arranged ourselves as a school to try and make sure that we have programs and courses that intervene at all levels, from entry to exit. And later on, Dr. Mhlukwane will talk to you in much more detail about the professionalization of the public service, which will take bits and pieces of all these different interventions that we have for different levels of public servants into assisting us to professionalize. But we also have a number of flagship programs, colleagues, which we think are quite critical, and we would really like you to look at them and see how you could participate. We've been running an economic governance spring school. We've run it twice now, targeted as ministers and members of the legislature. We have ETELA, which is an executive program that we've designed for accounting officers. Most of you know about Khaedu. So Project Khaedu has been there. It's a cabinet approved
program. We now have it online. SEAS is an international program that we've started running earlier this year. Would really like you to look at it and see how you can take advantage of what it offers in terms of building this capable developmental state. Of course, the issues around ethics. By the way, I keep on saying to colleagues, for as long as we are still teaching and training ethics, we must know we're in trouble, because we shouldn't be teaching people to be ethical. They should be ethical themselves. So for as long as ethics is a topic, it means that we're in trouble. So we have the reorientation program. Going back to the simulator, we use the airline industry again as an example there. Going back to the simulator, you've been a public servant for 100 years. Come back, let's reorientate you, let's refresh you so that you are able to reappreciate where you are and how you can contribute as not being a failed state by the year 2030. This area, Dr. Mhlukwane will talk to it in much more detail. So as part of our professionalization, we'll be targeting those 5 pillars from pre-entry all the way to career progression and career incidents, and we'll make sure that at each block, public servants have interventions that build them up. We're sharing with you some of the people that are now our students, our graduates, including our late minister. You can see on the bottom left, may his soul rest in peace. He was one of our leaders really pushing for the school to begin to play a role that will make sure that we move towards a better 2030. These are the programs that we are running. These are the delivery modalities, as we've indicated with COVID-19. We have to take advantage of technology. Yes, it can be glitchy sometimes, but you have to navigate around it and come back and continue. We can't say, no, it's glitchy, so therefore we will do face-to-face and travel all around. These are the other flagship programs. We have the webinars, we have the master classes. We had a very successful webinar on Friday last week on the POPI Act. A week ago, we had another master class with Dr. Cassius Lubisi and Dr. Lee on building a capable developmental state, where we're trying to learn from China in terms of what they're doing there. Today, we invite you to join us later this afternoon. Your program finishes at 3. Join us at 3 o'clock. We are launching a National School of Government book that we've titled Black Youth Aspirations. It's at 3 o'clock. Go to NSG website or Facebook or Twitter. Join us for this launch, register, because we are now beginning to theorize so that we don't just wake up and say we want to do youth interventions. We want you cannot execute with diligence if you don't know what you're doing. You have to make sure that your information is correct so that when you hit that knob, you hit it at the right point. So we're having this book launch this afternoon to help us understand what kinds of aspirations do Black youth have, and how can we then put in place programs and interventions that help us realize those aspirations that our youth possess, if they do possess those aspirations. So please, when you finish here at 3 o'clock, join us at 3 o'clock for the book launch. It's one of our flagship programs. We have these partnerships, not only in South Africa, where we've signed up partnerships with about 11 universities. Some of the most successful universities in South Africa have entered into partnership with us. We've signed them up. We're working with them. Internationally, we've signed up partnerships with the Arizona State University in the US in Arizona. We've signed up partnerships with INA in France, the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. We've signed up with the China National Academy of Governance. The principal of the school was teaching in China yesterday from Johannesburg. And these are all the partnerships that we believe they're the future. There's Dr. Eric Lee, there's Dr. Maria Mazzucato, from UCL, who has been assisting us with conversations around the entrepreneurial state, because there's another conversation about this capable developmental state, whether should it be more entrepreneurial. And the fact is things have changed, colleagues. We don't need helicopters the way we used to. There are drones now, and we have to think ahead ourselves and say, what does all of this mean? What are the implications of all of this? Because you see, that helicopter pilot and that cameraman who had that job in 2010 don't have that job anymore today. What jobs will be there in 2030 and what jobs will not be there in 2030? This is our story, colleagues, and we learn and we serve and we grow, and we hope that you are able to learn, to serve, and to grow with us. Sorry about that small glitch, but my story ends here, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's give Dr. Maja a big round of applause. We can do better than that in Northern Cape. Let's give Dr. Maja a big round of applause. Thank you so very much, Dr. Maja. Opening this very important seminar of why we are here and what we need to do. And the challenge that you have placed upon us is enormous, and we really have to have a way of doing things differently. You know, you speak about critical engagements, and that's what we are here for, critically engaged. Thank you so very much. Spoke about the fact that we are partners in this journey. Dr. Maja speaks about building the capable state and what it means for you and I as the public service. We have to push in one direction, to quote him what he said. Thank you so very much, Dr. Maja. And you gave examples of the climate change and what happens, and that it makes us to face down our spine is the fact that there's no project B or option B in terms of what we need to achieve. We don't have any other option. Thank you so very much, Dr. Maja, for opening for us on a strategic level, for giving us a vision of why we need to be doing what we are doing. We really appreciate your leadership and your skill. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue, I just want to make a few changes on the program. The first change is this one that we have just had now, that the opening was done by Dr. Botshabelo Maja on behalf of the principal of the National School of Government. The paper shortly be calling Dr. Shezi to come and tell us why we are here in this place at this time. What do you want to achieve out of this program that we have in the next 2 days? And then at 11 o'clock, where it says we have to talk about the national implementation framework. That was supposed to have been done by Dr. Maja. We have requested Dr. Stephen Mohlokwane, the Chief Director at the National School of Government, to take over, like Dr. Maja has already alluded to say Dr. Mohlokwane will do that. And then we'll go for break. And then after break, my colleague, Dr. Izzy, will take us through. She will lead the session up. And let us please do better in starting this morning. And I want to take much of the blame for not starting in time, Dr. Maja. We really have to be conscious with what we do with the time that we have. So we're going to have reflections, which are going to be led by Dr. Izzy Malati. And then we're going to be having a speaker who is one of the panel of experts that will be talking to us. I had the privilege of talking to him before we started, and I'm very impressed with what we're going to be getting this afternoon. And then from there, we'll go to lunch, and then when we come back, we will finish with two critical issues: working from home, what it means, and then organizational resilience during. Then tomorrow, the program is SE. Yes, tomorrow we start exactly at 9 o'clock. We will do the reflections of today, and then we will request Dr. Tamsan Ngashezi to lead us on towards a trainer professional development framework. And then we'll have break, and then we'll come to reflections on group discussions on presentations. That will be led by Rebecca Dube, my colleague, as well as Dr. Malachi. They will lead us there into the reflections on group discussions that have been presented. So we have a lot of work to do. And then we will then come to get a report by Ms.
set the way forward. Our plate is full. I was even thinking that it looks like that. And it is upon us to make sure that Our gratitude goes to our National School of Government in partnership with the European Union that ensured that the PSTF Peer Learning Exchange Seminar takes place in our beautiful province of the Northern Cape. Our appreciation also goes out to the PSTF Advisory Committee for organizing this seminar in our province. This partnership is coming at an opportune time where our country, as the country, South Africa, we find ourselves under a stringent financial constraint with government purse shrinking by day, and where we are required to find innovative ideas of doing more with less. Such partnerships are and will always be welcome in our province. Seminars such as this one are an indication that the PSTF Advisory Committee is indeed taking its responsibility, as well as the advancement of the human resource development practitioners, very seriously. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that as the province of the Northern Cape, will also continue to support the work of this important committee. I'm here today to emphasize the purpose of the peer review session as it seeks to promote the learning and development of human resource development practitioners. It further ensures interaction regarding common challenges, experiences, and practices in their field. It is unbelievable that just 2 years ago, no one knew anything about COVID-19, the health risk and the devastating effects it would have on our societies, the workplace, and the workforce. No one ever imagined covering up their nose, the mouth, in order to protect themselves and the others from this infectious pandemic. Nonetheless, we are here, and this on the 10th of November 21, attending this session face-to-face, as we are on the alert level number 1. And we hope it stays that way, or even better if it can improve. And I hope all of us who are here have heed the call of the government and the president that we need to go and vaccinate. I would like to urge each and every one of us to continue following all the safety protocols, as getting infected with COVID-19 is still a reality. I would like to take a moment and pause a little bit to send to our Northern Cape a heartfelt condolences to all those who have lost friends, family, loved ones, and the colleagues due to this vicious pandemic. The pandemic has compelled us to renew our planning and think differently on how to implement and achieve our objectives. It has further negatively affected the education and training sector and the lives of educators, learners, and support staff at schools and tertiary institutions, compromising teaching and learning. As government of the Northern Cape, we had to adapt to new norm and put systems in place to ensure employees could still receive training and development. The National School of Government has been a key role player in ensuring that employees are properly developed. This they did by developing innovative e-learning training opportunities to enable us as the public service to acclimatize to the new way of functioning. And I hope that we receive this with both hands. The NDP Vision 2030 has promote values and principles of public administration contained in the Constitution and build an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service as part of a capable and developmental state. We should not lose focus to make sure that we achieve our mission and the vision. Our provincial human resource development strategy, aligned to the provincial growth and development plan, was approved by the Premier of the Northern Cape in August 2020. This strategy clearly outlines the skills needs and other development priorities geared towards improving all sectors of the economy. Key to our human resource development strategy document is the acceleration of the fourth industrial revolution across all sectors towards achieving the provincial vision of our province. Our visions for the province is making our province modern and growing and successful province. As we are all aware, the fourth industrial revolution is viewed as one of the most progressive and transformative shifts in history. It is therefore crucial that human resource development practitioners are well equipped to explore all facets of technology interventions that can improve efficiency in learning and development cycle to better improve learning outcomes in order to transform the public sector. And I'm sure you heard when Dr. Maja was giving us the tone, setting the tone for our seminar. These are the things that he touched upon, and that was also seconded by Dr. Shezi. Ladies and gentlemen, under the difficult conditions we find ourselves in, efforts are made to ensure that youth benefit from targeted skills development and capacity building programs such as learnerships, internships, work integrated learnerships, artisans programs, and the awarding of bursaries and study loans. In fact, we are proud as the province of the Northern Cape that our Premier wrote off about 150 million rand, which were given as the study loans to the learners of the Northern Cape. Education contributes to all the well-being of each citizen and the overall department of the country. It is not only a medium to improve productivity and growth of the economy, but it also an effective tool to enlarge and raise participation in democracy and to transformation of the society. As mentioned earlier, HRD is very close to the heart of our Premier. He pronounced that the coordination and administration of bursaries for our school youth be located in his office to ensure that the provincial administration has the most effective bursary solution that will realize material savings, leveraging of scarce resources, and thereby ensuring that a majority of component of the earmarked budget is allocated, goes to the intended beneficiaries. The program for this seminar has been well thought through and will address key issues relevant to the workplace. Amongst them is the issue of instilling ethical behavior within the workplace. But the big question, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we create an ethical workforce? I believe that this collective will find an answer to this question within the next 2 days. I would like to share just a few of the aspects of how this can be achieved. And through our deliberations, I believe we can develop them further. The first one is we need to set clear expectation. How do we do that as a sector? An organizational culture should include guidelines and rules about how employees should interact with each other, interact with clients, as well as what it is and is not acceptable behavior in the workplace. These are referred to as code of conduct. Throughout this morning, we've been hearing about professionalization of the public sector. The question is, what went wrong? Because when I started as a public servant, the public service was very professional. What calls now the need that we need to relook at again professionalization of the public sector. The second one is the top. The second one is the top down. I'm sorry, colleagues. My technology is jumping here. The second one is the top-down approach. Once expectations have been clearly established and communicated, one of the best methods of ensuring employees are motivated to follow these guidelines is for managers and executives to model their behavior they expect to see in their staff. We have just been chastised by Dr. Maja for starting this meeting late. These are the things, these are low-hanging fruits that we can correct. The third one, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, is the creation of an environment in the workplace for feedback. I don't know how many people work within the same unit, in the same program, but they do not know what the other units are doing. Do we still continue to have regular meetings so that we keep all our staff informed about what we are all about? Part of ethical behavior is doing the right thing at the right time. This includes being aware of situations where colleagues may not be acting ethically and are not following the written codes of conduct. Organizations should ensure that they have a clear feedback mechanism in their employees where they can report unethical behavior in the workplace. I know this might just be a topical issue because of what we have learned about the whistleblowers being targeted as victims. And I'm sure that we'll also deal with it during these 2 days. The fourth one, which is very important, where you always play an important role as the human resource development cadres, and that is training. Of course, there are many others, but the fourth one that I would want to share with you is training. Employees should also be given the tools and strategies to develop the skills to use ethical behavior. This includes skills on how to solve ethical dilemmas. As part of this session, workbooks, as we've been informed by Dr. Maja, have been distributed to participants in advance so as to work through the content to have better understanding of what the presenter wants to convey to us as a collective today and tomorrow. And we are hoping that those books are going to be a point of our reference and they're not going to go and collect dust in our offices or in our bedrooms. The thematic areas as outlined in the program for this seminar are indeed viewed as an attempt to open up a dialogue on the challenges facing the public as well as the private sector, such as instilling ethical behavior in the workplace. Furthermore, massive amounts of money are spent by the private sector, civil organization, and the government on training every year to realize improved organizational and individual performance. Program Director, I firmly believe that participants will go back to their respective department equipped with information and tools that will assist them to do their work better. The robust deliberations that will be taking place in this 2-day session should not only be about us as participants, but the dialogue and learning must go back to the boardrooms and offices of every department in the Northern Cape. Through the Human Resource Development Forum, we should be empowered to guide in developing tools that will assist the province to evaluate training interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we acknowledge and appreciate the foresight and initiative on the part of the PSTF Advisory Committee, which saw the need to engage practitioners outside the broader conference. I therefore urge to absorb as much as possible and be part of the solution, either by using the acquired knowledge to improve our work or by contributing to policy direction as the outcome of these seminars across all the provinces, but in particular in our province. The Office of the Premier wants to reassure all of you that of our support to work that is done by human resource development practitioners in different departments. Hence, the plans and reports find place in the agenda of many forums within the Northern Cape administration. To all the presenters, facilitators, advisory committee members and delegates, we are delighted to have all of you with us here to participate and share in our provincial peer learning exchange seminar. Thank you for coming to our warm Northern Cape. Some of you have traveled long distances to be here to help us. And this serves as a reminder to all of us that we also, as the Northern Cape, are a very important province. I'm sure you are aware that you are the biggest province with a very small population. That on its own, it's a challenge. In conclusion, Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to remind all of you that human resource development is still regarded as one of the most powerful tools that can be used to change the direction that our country will take. South Africa needs all of us as the human resource development cadres. We are putting all the endeavors within our reach to ensure that we increase access to high quality, relevant education, training and skills development opportunities, including workplace learning and experience to enable effective participation in our economy and society by all South Africans to reduce all the inequalities. I would like to take this opportunity, Program Director, to wish you the best throughout the 2 days deliberations and look forward to seeing the resolutions that are going to come out of these sessions. I'm sure they are going to be robust and they will be beneficial to us as the Northern Cape. And I would like to wish all those who traveled far and across the province and outside the province to travel safe when they go back to their respective homes. I thank you.
Thank you ever so much, Mema Talpane. Thank you for the high level presentation that you have just made and welcoming us. We're now going to hand over to one of our colleagues from the National School of Government. As I pointed out in the morning, because Dr. Maja opened for the principal of the National School of Government, we have requested then Dr. Stephen Mhlakwane to please take us through the national implementation framework on the issues of professionalization. Over to you. Let's give him a big round of applause. He is a chief director in the National School of Government, a very, very humble man, a very interesting man. And we're grateful that he could be able to come in when we asked him to take over the issue of the presentation of national qualifications, the professional issues on the framework. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Program Director, Principal of the National School of Government, TDG from the National School of Government, Sagalo Mata will open for us. TDG Mayor G. Matao Pane, TDG Institutional Development from Northern Cape. Senior managers here in this. Fellow panelists will be coming forward to present to us. HRD practitioners, of course, last but not least, the PSTF Advisory Committee. Good morning. Good morning, Northern Cape. Thank you. Thanks for the warm welcome. We feel at home and very much welcome. Let me start off by indicating, Program Director, that I'm a bit worried. And when I look at the program, I am entitled to an hour of engagement. I don't know how you're going to deal with that. Because this is the core of why we're here. We wanted to afford the Northern Cape, like all other provinces, time to reflect and to engage on the framework for professionalization of the public service. Before I even start with the presentation, let me hasten to indicate that when people are saying, why now? Why are you talking about professionalization? We are arguing that globally, public services are seized with the issues of professionalism and professionalization of their employees, not only their employees, but even their operations. South Africa is no exception. Public service is pertinent for democracy and the envisaged developmental state. As you will be seeing when we go through the presentation, the diagnostic review that was conducted in 2011 has actually revealed the challenges that we are faced with as the public service, especially in South Africa. And there's an outcry within South Africa that public servants, where are you? Is this how you should serve us? Is this how you should deal with us as citizens of this country? Now, in grappling, in trying to say, let us elevate ourselves to the level where the citizenry out there will respect us. How are we going to win the trust of the public as public servants? We had to say, let us go to the drawing board. Let us see if we cannot start that process of professionalizing the public service and see how far it will take us. Today, we want to create this opportunity to unpack professionalism, professionalization, and define some of the terms so that we're all on board. Do not be caught unaware that at some point, when you're still a public servant, you'd be requested to produce certain evidence that you've been professionalized. So we're creating this opportunity to engage and discuss. Thank you so much. The School of Government, of course, we cannot work alone. We are in partnership with the DPSA, under the Ministry of Public Service and Administration. We're working with the Public Service Commission, the 3 departments or entities put together the initial work of the framework. And this work was actually gazetted in December 2020 after being approved for consultation by Cabinet. So the work continues. And then from that time, the process of consultation with various institutions had begun. Over 150 plus, organizational and professional bodies, organizations and professional bodies were consulted, and many individuals attended the various consultations forums that we have organized so that we can share this thinking and, of course, source your input in the process. Of course, the cluster is involved in the process. So this presentation is therefore intended to provide conceptual clarity on profession. How do we define profession from the public service point of view, from where we are sitting, and professionalism and professionalization. Contextualization of professionalization for public service, and of course, conceptualization of professionalization and what it means. And of course, the key pillars of professionalization of the public service, those that were referred to by Dr. Maja earlier, and of course, the way forward. We are arguing that in terms of this framework, the work of professionalizing the public service is a bigger project of strengthening state capacity. Thus, it must be seen as one element of the bigger project. And it's a long-term project. There's a lot of work that will go into this project. There's been a sampling of relevant literature on professionalization of the public service, and of course, the need for robust engagement with scholars and stakeholders, which is what is happening. Hence, we are here to engage you. There has to be a clear implementation framework and a plan that recognizes the complexity of the public service, given that some professions already in the public service are regulated. You know, the law, the education, the health, and so forth, and engineering, already they are regulated. Now, if you talk of professionalization of the public service, while we already have these already professionalized or having professional bodies, how do we manage this? Or what do we learn from the work they have done so far? And of course, most of them are regulated by those external bodies. One aspect is to profile the different categories of professions and their existing modes of external regulation. Which categories are there and how are they regulated externally? We need to be very clear. And of course, explore. Shouldn't we start with the SMS echelon? Get them professionalized, get them to abide by the rules and regulation, the code of conduct of a professional body that could be established as a start. But the question is, do we neglect the lower levels? Do we neglect the face of government? The people who are interacting with the citizens. So therefore, a lot of work needs to get into the thinking around this. Now, as I've indicated in my opening remarks, the diagnostic review in 2011 outlined some of these. There has been the erosion of state role in producing skilled professionals, the closing of the teacher colleges and the nursing colleges, as you remember. The erosion also applies to training of engineers, planners, and artisans. I'm one of those, the last, I'm sure, artisans who were produced in the past. Some of us decided to then go academic and leave our tools and so forth. There's been a low uptake of apprenticeships and so forth. I'm still grappling with that even today. The result has been also a reduction in the number of professionals available to the state, which is now a looming crisis in the generational reproduction of professional expertise. As somebody was alluded, I don't know if it was you, the DG was saying, a lot of public servants are about to exit the system, but we haven't produced enough cohort of young public servants who are going to take the forward and the baton forward. So this is a challenge. Why the need for professionalizing the public administration? We are arguing that skills and a professional ethic and a commitment to public service should be recognized and valued at all levels of the public service and local government. You know, there are so many public servants who are so dedicated to their jobs. But are they getting the recognition they deserve? And how do we reward them? And so forth. So this is an attempt to say, perhaps we need to encourage and motivate public service by recognizing their professionalism in their corners or little spaces where they may be working. Many skills can only be developed on the job, and that is a fact. But staff are often promoted too rapidly. These are some of the challenges. Shouldn't we be saying, before you move, at least acquire 1, 2, 3, so that you are ready for the next level? And of course, this is in part a reflection of skills shortages in broader society, but specific interventions within the public service can help ameliorate this. Of course, we are arguing that services cannot be delivered without people with the necessary specialist skills and knowledge, whether they are nurses, doctors, engineers, and planners. We are arguing about the requisite skills that is required within the public service. From the National School of Government, we are arguing that there shouldn't be any public servant at any level of government, national, province, or local government, that would argue or that would say, I can't do my job because I'm not equipped. I do not have the requisite skills. If you require the skills, come on board. The School of Government is there together with the partners, the provincial academies and other partners. But we cannot have public servants who are saying we can't do it. Even during COVID time, we had to rise and be ready to adapt and to ensure that service delivery happens. So therefore, in terms of skills, we are arguing that we can. That is why we're saying we are the principal of National School of Professor Bisane Ngaweni argues that, and is pushing very hard that the National School of Government must become the simulator. Now and then you need to go to the simulator, like the pilots who go to the simulator to test their skills and resharpen their skills. You need to come. This argument, and it is a valid argument, that there's a shortage of professional skills within government. Hence, everything we do, most things that we do, especially in the engineering space and other, we're giving them to consultants, we're outsourcing. So the argument is, shouldn't we develop our own skills? And what happened to the skills that we had previously? Government therefore requires engineers that will build and maintain the government infrastructure. Someone would say, but then when you conceptualize this framework, have you done your spade work? Have you done your benchmark? We went to China and we are arguing that these are not the only countries that we're checking, that we benchmarked with. But for the purpose of this presentation, we are saying we checked China. It has developed a meritocratic public service, traced back democracy of in the China. There's still also imperial examination system introduced. The civil service exam, where before you join the public service, you have to write certain examinations and then qualify, and then you join the public service. And of course, China has developed a centralized uniform system of bureaucratic administration capable of governing a huge population. We're talking about 1.3 billion population, but China is able to do that through the government machinery. Of course, someone might argue that, yeah, we've got different political dispensations. We understand, but we are looking at the bureaucracy, how they are managing the public service, public administration. We said, okay, let's move to India. How have India professionalized the public service? Also a huge population. They administer exams for entry into the civil service. And they, of course, the upper age limits of scheduled, what they call scheduled tribes and so forth, candidate who is 35 years, and for other classes to address inequalities. They were very specific. We want these people at this age and so forth. While each state has its own cadre of civil servants, the central administration has the central services, over 20 in all. divided into groups A, B, C, and D. And there's also the unique cadre. And I'm sure when I mention cadre, people immediately would say, yeah, we have a problem of cadre deployment. And believe you me, there's nothing wrong with that. And then if you are awake, you'll realize currently in the recent elections that we've conducted, parties were challenged to ensure that whoever they deploy must have gone through some scrutiny in terms of capability. Whether that has been successful or not is an argument for another day, but it is imperative that those people who are deployed have the requisite skills, etc. So the NT exam is open for all citizens subject to pre-qualification. That is India. Korea as well, South Korea. They have the Ministry of Personnel Management, which is responsible for recruitment, education, and training. The National Civil Service divided into career service, which is dealing with recruitment, qualification, performance, and permanent long life work groups and classes. And then of course, also they've got also the non-career services appointed by election National Assembly, like our elected officials in South Africa. Now, the recruitment processes and criteria, the general principle is that there will be an open competition recruitment to reinforce the merit system, recruitment of talent and experts. As far as South Africa is concerned, the outcry out there is that we may be winning that battle a bit at national and province, perhaps, but at local government is a problem. Or maybe there may be pockets where people are just pulled into positions. But the requirement for appointment, we know this is the minimum requirement, minimum qualification and so forth, years of experience and so forth. And you need to sit through a panel and so. But if people are able to override all those and just parachute people into position, then we are in trouble. So the evaluation methods are applied where liberal arts knowledge test is conducted, specialized knowledge tests are conducted. This is South Korea. So open competition recruitment, then there's no restriction for application and admission based solely on exam and assessment results. Of course, there's special or career competition recruitment as well, meaning selecting those with specific academic qualifications, careers, and of course, need to pass recruitment exam for private sector experts, of course. And issues of gender, disability, regional talent considered in recruitment. We do that. That is why in certain adverts, we would be saying people living with disabilities would be considered and so forth. And then, you know, employment equity comes into the fore. Other examples, for example, Australia, Botswana, Rwanda, even ourselves as South Africa, UK and USA do not have general exams like China, India, and South Korea. In France, civil servants generally recruited through competitive exams. So if you are going to say why you look at China and India only, we're saying we checked France as well. And of course, South Africa, we have started. If you haven't heard of Nyokela, which is the examination, if you're aspiring to become a senior manager in the public service currently, you are compelled to go through an online Nyokela program. This is the beginning of sifting, beginning of choosing. And it's the beginning of professionalizing the public service, that you will not just come without indicating, showing that through the National School of Government that you've passed, you went through Nyokela. So countries apply different approaches, and it could require a combination of interviews and competency tests. I'm going to try and speed up now. Now, here are the fundamental aspects of professionalization, which we want to unpack. And these are critical. Program director, if you would allow me, if you would indulge me. In our argument, in this framework, we're arguing that professionalizing means changing attitudes, behavior towards serving the public. How are you going to judge that you're professional? Will be judged by how you serve the public. And we know that the song of Batupeli will no more just remain a song. or a certificate or a note in your office. It will have to be practicalized. Professionalizing means having qualified people who know what they are doing and who are fully equipped, mastering the art of delivering service within the public service. Begin now, hone your skin, be ready. Importantly, this requires the creation of professional categories. I think we've mentioned that. Just like in health, workers are categorized and recognized, and they belong to professional bodies. When you apply, we would say, have you registered to a professional body for a public service? Professionalizing also means having a public service that is non-partisan. When you're a public servant, don't come with your political mind to serving the people. You have to be non-partisan. Of course, the politics are governing our work. Remember, the manifesto of the ruling party, any party, if it wins, it will guide the program of government. But you, as you serve, you're going to serve everybody, regardless of their political affiliation or irrespective of their political affiliation. So therefore, the public service must be depoliticized. It's a huge task that we are faced with. To achieve this requires few decisive reforms, including extending the tenures of the HODs, the work towards the permanent secretary dispensation. And of course, create the head of the public service. I think we do already have the DG in the presidency and so forth, so we are on track. These are some of the steps that we will be taking. With that, all public servants become a composite group of workers subject to a single dispensation of professional registration and regulation. So it means all public servants will then have to affiliate to this. And people will be arguing, who's going to pay for my affiliation fee and all that? I'm answering questions already. Those are the discussions that we'll have. But we're arguing at the moment. Much as many departments are offering bursaries for people who want to study. It also refers to the subscription by all publics and to the values as espoused by the Public Service Charter. That charter that the DPSA has so much put an effort in conceptualizing and of course consulted you, it has to be given life and Batubili principles and so forth. The uninterrupted career longevity of public servants who are simply there to do their job regardless of any political changes. I think that's what we say. If we are to say where we have arrived, we must see political changes and so forth, but the administration, the bureaucracy have to run like a well-oiled machine, regardless who is the president or who is on top. It also refers to according to full recognition of various professional categories within the public service, which are subject to registration with professional bodies. I think I've expanded on that. Importantly, what does professionalization mean and look like within the developmental state? It means developing a nuanced understanding of development state and the context in which the majority of our people live. We as publics, we come from these communities. We know the conditions of our people there. But if we are to achieve a development state that we aspire to become, we need to ensure that we are developmental oriented in whatever we do. Understanding of what it means to be a servant before the people. Paying due attention to specific circumstances of the people in our policy making and policy analysis and policy implementation roles. We need to away from the outcry that South Africa, you are good at developing policies, but you're failing in terms of implementation. We need to close those gaps. Understanding the interconnectivity between decisions public servants do and do not make, and the impact in the livelihoods of the people. Those decisions that you take every day, how are they impacting the people out there? And if you're not taking those decisions, if you're not spending those budgets that are allocated for service delivery? Do you understand the implication of that action or no decision of yours to the people of this country? It means being responsive and being diligent and remaining with the task until it is resolved. Now, here's three fundamentals that we we try to explain this. It starts with professionalism. When we say professionalism, we're looking at you as an individual. Professionalization, we're looking at the sector, the public service as a sector, and then a profession in the public service, that will be the discipline. And of course, there will be many professions. Some are in supply chain, some are like yourself in HRM&D, etc. Now, here's a typical example where we're asking, here's a director, legal, appointed in the public service. When we look at professional of this director, we are going to ask us, is he subscribing to PLE, the Code of Conduct, Public Service Charter? And how does he behave as a public servant? And how does he serve the citizens? Does he or she exudes the values and the ethos of the public service? Now, professionalism will say, but then the state, looking at the state itself, the value chain issues, how this person was recruited. These are the issues that we'll be looking into. How was this person inducted? How is this person's performance managed? And of course, capacitated, and also how the career incidents are dealt with. Lastly, the profession, as I said, which is a discipline, how person X is registered with, if it's legal with the Bar Council, etc. Let me try and move faster. Number one, public values and ethics should be introduced as part of school and tertiary curriculum. Obviously, people are arguing, we cannot at this age, at this level of public service, when you're already years in the public service, how do we change you? But we have to change. But we say, if we are to win the battle, we have to start with the curricula at universities and so forth, even at schools. And similarly, we need to engage also the citizens as well. We can't leave them out there. Constitutional values and principles must be embedded in pre-employment training and development of all aspiring public servants. This pre-employment is critical. Hence, you heard Dr. Majo saying we have decided to have a faculty of cadet and foundation where we want to deal with even the youth before they enter the public service. You know, we started with the BB2E, breaking barriers to the public service, get them ready at that level before they enter the public service. Professionalization, that's when we look at the state. We're saying promotions into leadership positions in the public should be grounded on principles of technical competence, people being qualified, plus proven effective experience are critical. Integrity, responsibility, accountability, transparency, and commitment to the eradication of poverty, unemployment, inequality. If you're a public servant, you don't know that we are here in the public service to deal with the three challenges that the country is facing of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, then you are in a wrong space. Therefore, recruitment and selection instruments should be broadened to address the different elements of professionalism. Ethical standards must be effectively communicated to employees, and employees must undergo continuous training. Colleagues, if you haven't registered for the free ethical course from the NSG, what are you waiting for? Doing it at your own pace. Do it. So we invite you to do ethics. So that if you are going to argue that we can't teach you to be ethical, there's a saying that there are two problems in the public service. And somebody was classifying them as problems of the head and the problems of the heart. He says, if you are dealing as a senior manager with problems of the head, they're easy to deal with. We say if this person has violated 1, 2, 3 of the public service regulation, you charge this person because you can invoke those regulations. But the problems of the heart, we know, These are people problems. You enter a room, a person hates you and doesn't like you. You're appointed, they by merely looking at you say, no, I don't like this DDG. Those are the challenge. Those are very serious problems of dealing with people's attitudes and behavior. But however, we say we're gonna conscientize you that if you do not behave like this, no, you're violating your own rights as a public servant, and of course, you're violating the rules of the people that you of the government that you're serving. Professionalization, we delve deeper into many pieces of legislation to try and unpack and have an understanding of this framework. And of course, based also on the current guidelines and directives, we should start this work focusing on professionally in the senior service management services. So it means the SMS. So SMS members, this is one area we believe that we should go there. Of course, competency assessments are happening, as you know. And then while there's that handbook for the appointment of persons on boards of state-controlled institutions, more work needs to be done within the SOE space. Hence, the NSG has started playing a role in terms of induction of members of boards who are serving in SOEs. Now, here are the 5 pillars. We are going to focus on the 5 pillars and work progressively and, from pre-entry and recruitment, as I've indicated, induction and onboarding, we concern ourselves with that, and of planning and performance management, and then continuing learning and professional development. They say CPD points, people would be saying, but we attend conferences, seminars, PSTF, and so forth. Are we getting those points? And of course, career progression and career incidents. These are in the value chain of professional in the public service. Quickly, under the first pillar, we have indicated that we have to influence curricula from higher education institutions, etc. Roll out new Kela, pre-entry. Because as you know, that the DPA provides for existing SMS to be subject to competency assessment, that will be continued. Pillar 2 on induction. We've been doing CIP. We cannot really stop. We have to induct them as they come on board. And not only at lower levels, even at senior management. That is why EIP is flying at the moment. As they arrive, if they get promoted, they need to come and to be inducted. And of course, an alternate option could be that induction curriculum should be covered as part of the pre-appointment or promotion training programs, etc. And there's also a need for occupational specific knowledge sharing, engineers in government sharing knowledge amongst each other. So creating communities of practice. That will be one of the product of professional in the public service, because we'll be understanding that as in the same community, we can share knowledge and so forth, like this peer learning network that we are in. Number 3, which is planning and performance. The third pillar, of course, key aspects must be emphasized in the performance management and appraisal systems, of course, including performance standards and assessment instruments. And of course, professional performance management can also be aligned with professional bodies and associations. We can learn a lot from the bodies that are already in existence. And of course, performance must also create space for innovation and risk-taking. Number 4, in this aspect, we use the analogy of the pilot returning to the simulator. We are arguing that, in fact, at the NSG, Didi, I don't know if you had that opportunity. We are taking them to OR Tambo or Wonorboom Airport, where they sit in an aircraft cockpit and say, you are pilots of the public service. Now, when we are faced with these challenges, how do you handle them? If we can recognize that and realize that, when we call you to be retrained, we want you to recognize, to be aware that we want you to sharpen your skill like the pilots do. pilots, if they don't go back to the sim, they lose their licenses. If yourself are going to say, I'm here, I've been public servant before you were born, then comes COVID, you can't operate. It's a problem. We have to make determination of certain categories of employees, SMS, like we said, but also some key functions like SCM, HR, finance, and planning. Can we start there? So we need to be thinking which are the areas that we can start with. Of course, considering Public Service Commission recommendation that NSG must determine appropriate training and learning pathways to assist in professionalization and consider continuous professional development. I think we've said so. I'm trying to also move on. This slide that follows refers to the life journey of a public servant. We are looking at this public servant who comes. When this person arrives, we say, is this person ready for work? What have we done in the recruitment to prepare this person? Then number two, is this person functional? Is this person able to deliver? And of course, excellence. That's about leadership at work. What are the fundamentals that are in place for this person to be excellent, to be innovative, and be able to deliver? Relevance at work, are you keeping with times? And performance at work. Have you reached the highest level of competence, adaptability, and agility? These are the questions we're asking. In a picture, this is what I just outlined. We are concerned. We say all these are critical for service delivery, and all of them needs to be addressed in a journey of a public servant. Number 5, career progression. I think we've mentioned that. The state must address meritocratic public administration, meritocracy. That's where we say people will be appointed based on their capability, ability, and qualifications. So the knowledge and skills, some of them could be financial management, governance and accountability, infrastructure and equipment, operational staff, ICT, project management, yeah, depending on which area you're working. And of course, there was that from 2008 of the revolving door policy, where SMS is allowed to move from private to, from public to public sector, gain knowledge and come back and so forth. These will be considered. Under profession, which is the discipline, characteristics of professional communities are that there'll be voluntary networks and forums, and there'll be formal bodies that will be established, like other bodies that we know, like your ACA, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, says for the teachers, we know already some of them are there. Perhaps a new one will emerge that's specifically focusing on the public service. And of course, normally they have the following features: established code of conduct. I think senior managers or managers know that there's a serious complaint about lack of consequence management in the public service. Of course, there are tools. Disciplinary procedures can be conducted, public service can be consulted, and so forth and so on, but we need to add to that until we get it right. Among others, if you are going to lose your certificate to serve in the public service, like the doctors fear to lose their certificate, it talks to their conscience every time they perform their duty. So as public servants, we need something like that. That you won't say, no, my union will represent me and so forth. These are, then of course, membership and affiliation fees, I think I've addressed that. Influence curriculum in specific disciplines, set board exams, issue professional licenses, set requirement procedures, and so forth and so forth. Now, under the profession, which is the discipline, such professional communities will include some of these. I think you know them. There are many. The list is endless. We've consulted them. We've said to share with us how you're doing it, advise us how to do this, and work with us. So some of them are even serving in the ministerial task team that is taking the project forward. And then we say, perhaps we should consider looking at these functions: your supply chain, your finance, human resource, ICT, risk, and so forth, and see if we cannot start there. as we professionalize. And of course, we are talking about the professional body association. There was that in 2001, DPSA was advocating for professional association for the SMS. Maybe we need to revive that. We need to begin to revive that or learn from those discussion papers that were delivered then. Now, the implementation, the draft framework was presented to the Governance, State Capacity, Institutional Development Cluster and Cabinet, of course, as I've indicated. While the framework places emphasis on SMS, it will eventually cascade throughout the entire public sector. It may be prudent for some category of public servants to rather start at a lower level and cascade upwards. So do not say, I'm safe, I'm not SMS. We may start at your function, at your, if you are a supply chain practitioner, perhaps, and so forth. And the consultations with identified bodies, professional bodies, and other stakeholders' engagement, as well as on scope modalities of introducing integrity testing, must be undertaken prior to presenting to cabinet. Already, there's that work that is being scrutinized and checked by the task team before it's presented. This framework, the presentation has to happen to cabinet before government goes into recess. I think the target was by end of November. Consultations with these bodies has already commenced and so forth, and many others that we have consulted. Key among what is being sought through this include why we need professionalization in the public service and what effect it will have on state performance in terms of execution diligence, what must happen in different areas of public service to ensure professionalization, and which aspects of professionalization will be necessary for recruitment, either pre-entry exams and tests, and career management of public servants and public representatives. We're not leaving them out. What policy and legislative reforms will be required? Obviously, colleagues, we are very clear that this will not go without changing the legislation, of course, because it's going to impact on your conditions of employment at some point. Of course, we know at some point we have to go to the bargaining chamber, have engagements and so forth if we are to move forward with this. What opportunities will professionalization of public servants provide in terms of lifelong learning and development, and of course, recognition of prior learning? How the professionalization framework can influence higher and further education, as we have indicated, and how must higher education adjust? And of course, what kinds of partnerships may be formed with professional bodies and associations in furtherance of professionalization, development, accountability, and consequent management. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Dr. Mhlakwane. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a mouthful. One of the most important presentations that we can get. I know we've been here for some time and we need a break, but I want to check with you, are there any questions particularly on the one that we have here? Or then we'll do them when we come back. Dr. Izzy will deal with that when we come back. Can we have a 10-minute or 15-minute break? The time is now 25 minutes past 11. Can we come back, say, at what time, Rebecca? Can we come back at 11:45, please? Please grab your coffee and come and have it here so that we save time. But by 11:45, we will be starting, and we'll start with the questions. Thank you so much.
Why don't you understand?
So you're saying I must make.
Let's just try it. Let's just figure out what you can go answer on the meeting. Nobody will answer. We can play around with it now.
Sure. Then it goes slow. Fruit.
Yeah, okay. Back.
It's gone. It's gone. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, now.
Make yourself more than go. Yeah, make forward.
Okay, so we can make me the host.
Yes.
Can we make myself host so
We
that
can,
we
let's
can?
try it. Let's just try it now while we're busy.
So that do you want
Yes.
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 So
So
that
you will jump up as Fisher now.
as
You'll be the first one to open up.
exactly.
Yes.
But then
Don't worry, we'll
okay,
get the feedback from you.
all right, we get the feed from
Okay,
here,
now we'll
right?
restart your Zoom there so we can get the feedback on again.
All right. No, we've changed the host to my PC. So it won't go yeah. So it's fine like this. Let's speak up view, and then
Now let's get your
full screen, and then I also want to
Double tap.
make
Facebook
notes.
video.
I also want to make Austin a co-host. Rebecca Dube. Why now it doesn't give? Oh,
There's audio now for you. Check people on the audio.
okay. Now I can make people co-host on my PC
Yes,
now. Oh,
yes.
nice,
So
nice. From there.
On that side, yeah. Sorry.
Zain? Can you play the video in the meantime? It desktop ngayifuna angayithola before ngiyi-maximum ngifuna ukubona ama-presentation and it was able ku-desktop.
Okay, what happened?
Ngifuna ukuvula ngifuna ukuvula i-desktop.
When you minimize everything,
Ngitry ukuthi ngiyi-minimize.
oh, okay. Do this.
Ngiyivula i-desktop kade
Ivan, where's the desktop?
Copy it over.
But where's the desktop now? What happened?
I don't know where the desktop. But ikhona la isisethi isticking isibingela ukuthi search for it.
Video?
No, the video is here. I can see it, but we've
She
also
wants the
saved the
desktop.
presentations on the desktop, but I can't find the desktop.
But I want to now make myself.
Oh,
That's one.
Oh, that's the camera.
So
make out.
make host.
I also don't get recording now. So
Of course, the
it
recording.
was the recording.
It's still in the grade.
So,
If once you
let's
record
just find what's the video's name? The file called.
the video is here. It's currently playing. We can do that, but I need the desktop because I've saved presentations on it and I can't find
Oh,
the desktop now.
so we have to find a way to get that video
Yeah.
in there. Do you remember the video's name?
It's NSG profile. It's also on the desktop. This is the video, but I also want the
Let's go
presentation.
back to the library. So what we do is we go to
Where is
get it now. Let's just find it. Video playlist. Click the add from library. Oh, you're gonna have to.
Can I just
Yeah, we
save them
we
elsewhere?
get it from here. We can get it the desktop.
Yeah.
Type it in. Which is the pickup. No,
Otherwise,
the
can
file's
we save
name.
it in the,
The
yeah.
file's name.
It's presentation day one, and then there are two folders: presentation day one, presentation.
Yeah, I
day
remember
two.
I saw it now when I was
Yeah.
here. So let's try to leave the stick inside of here. If we leave the stick here, then we pick it up from here.
Yeah, but now I keep on saving more presentations here.
And here.
And I, as they come in, because other speakers haven't given me their presentation,
Okay.
so as they come in, I update
That's gonna
them.
be now.
Unless if I save what I have for now, in the meantime, in another folder, because we can't find desktop.
Here we go. So let's just say on the video. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah. I want to sync it. There we go. Is it only presentations on here? Nothing else? Because I sync it now, everything's gonna come over.
I'm not sure, it's not my laptop.
On here.
Oh,
On
on
here.
here,
It's only presentation.
It's presentation and the videos. So it's a presentation for day one and day two and the videos.
I'm gonna sync it now and see what the whole thing goes. I'll be able to start syncing either.
But can't we just save it here on the, I saw that we can't we just save it in one of the documents folder? So
Yes, just move it from there,
yeah.
move it to the
See, because this is
Yes.
what we had saved on the desktop, but now we can't find the
and
desktop.
save it in. Is it Excel or is it
It's PowerPoint.
PowerPoint? So
Yeah.
save it to
So it's
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint and then one video.
PowerPoint
Yeah.
easier,
So
right?
can't we just sit somewhere on the documents, because as they come here, I need to open it for them.
Just make a forwarding document.
Yeah.
Make a forwarding, we'll find it out.
Okay, how do I open the video itself? Because now I'm done saving. I just wanted to display. Yeah, it did. So I just want to open because it's playing on the background. I think it is this one. But where's the picture of the video itself? It's supposed to be here. It is here, but or must we just close it and start
Yeah, let's
again?
close the door again.
Okay, then let's submit. Let me open it here. Save the channel on the. Is it loading?
Yes.
Yeah, we are. We're just needing to connect this, then we'll start.
Open up here now. Check with the feet.
Let's go so that I can admit to again. Yeah, I'm back on. Yeah, it's fine. Yes. Yes. Here, make this. Sharp. And then we go to USB. Where is it? It's not picking up. All right. Let's go back then.
Open up again.
It's using this camera now.
Now go here. Cyber camera management sharing.
It should show here USB.
Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing USB.
Okay.
You can back to your side.
Yeah, but I'm back on.
You back on again?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Back.
Let's go back. Oh.
No, we are just moving the camera.
You wanna share screen, right?
Let me just wipe. Zunzale.
Colleagues, good morning. Malweni sanibonani. Dumelang bagaetsho. Goeiemôre. Welcome back to the second session. My name is Izzy Malachi. I hope you have enjoyed your cup of tea and you have enjoyed the morning session. All protocol observed. DDG, thank you for welcoming us to the beautiful province, to the warm province of the Northern Cape. I said to my letter this morning, I'm hoping that I will go back home with a smaller diamond as I leave the province on Friday. So if you know anyone who can assist me in that regard, please do give them my number. Yes, I need a rock. Colleagues, thank you. We have had quite a number of presentations. We have listened since in the morning from Dr. Chabalomaja when he presented to us in terms of what the National School of Government is assisting you with. And one of the main things that he outlined was in terms of professionalizing the public service. He also said a word or two about the spirit of excellence, and he specifically referred to the time that we started this morning. So I want us, if there's anything that we need to take out of this conference, is that one thing, to always start on time. His words, he said, if we are 20 minutes late, it means that NDP 2030, we are going to be 20 years late. And that depends on you and me as public servants. We also took a presentation by Dr. Musakwane, who spoke a lot about professionalization. He unpacked what professionalization is. He's used words such as professionalization, professionalism, you know, all those Zims might have been a bit confusing to you and I, but he is still around to take questions so that we can clarify what we mean by professionalization. The main thing is professionalizing the public service to strengthen state capacity. That is what we are working on. He also spoke about the meritocratic system for public servants versus cadre development. And he said There's nothing wrong with cadre development, but there must be a skill. They must be skilled, they must be qualified, they must be able to do the work. You cannot deploy somebody to be a CFO who has never even seen a class where they teach accounting. There was a post that was running around when the matric exam started on the 27th. It said, good luck to all the senior servants in the, I think it was the district of Water, who are writing their matric exams. It was a joke, but it just doesn't gel. It doesn't add up. You cannot be a senior manager without matric. You cannot be a CFO without the proper tools. You cannot be a diesel mechanic who has never studied how to be a mechanic. So that is what we're trying to do as public servants. We need to be equipped, we need to be skilled to be able to deal with the challenges that we come across every day. Also, Dr. Maja spoke about going back to the simulator. Dr. Mushapani touched on that as well. 20 years ago, today, that skill is no longer relevant. There is technology that we're using that we never used 20 years ago. Everything we're doing manually, but now all of a sudden, everything is press of a button. We are in the Zoom game now. Last year, January, you and I did not know anything about Zoom, let alone MS Teams. We were just using telephones. I was walking to somebody's office, but all of a sudden, the pandemic hit, and it hit us hard because we were fast asleep. We did not anticipate the impact of COVID on our work as public servants. As public servants, we are so used to paper. Am I right? Or are you not using paper anymore here? We are so used to paper. Leave form, complete a paper. You know, submission, a paper. We always want to do that. But because of the mask, we cannot do it anymore. But technology proved us otherwise. We were going to conferences, preparing papers on the 4th Industrial Revolution. But we have never thought that the 4th Industrial Revolution will be tomorrow. We always thought it was still coming, but it's here with us, and it's here to stay. So as HR practitioners, what are you doing to reskill yourself and to reskill those that are in your departments? We cannot be caught sleeping anymore. We need to move with the times. And DDG spoke also about the age gap between ourselves and the new ones that are entering the public service. They are technologically advanced, tech savvy, but you and I, we still want to do everything. Black pen, public servants. I'm quite sure if you're checking all your handbags, you have 2 or 3 black pens. Paper, that is who we are. And we shy away from technology. I'm BBT, I was born before technology. Technology is here and it's here to stay. So we need to move with the times if we want to be a developmental, capable public service. At this point, let me check, are there any questions, burning questions that you would like to ask on professionalization or any of the presentations that have been done so far? Dr. Mufokwani is here to take the questions. DDG is also here if you have anything that is directly related to the Office of the Premier or to the province. And she said to us, we can relax, right, DDG? You said we can relax. So relax, feel free, and ask your question. I will start with 2 questions for you, Dr. Mushokwani. If you can just, in simple English, professionalization and professionalism, what is the distinction between the two? Are there any other questions from the floor? Yes, sir. I don't know, do we have mics, roving mics? Okay, there's a gentleman here with the spectacles with a blue shirt. Great, thank you.
Good morning. My name is I don't know if my question my understanding, the public service also includes municipalities. Now, also finding better streams when we talk about professionalization of public service, we need to bureaus and not go down. And therefore, maybe I would like just to maybe elaborate on that as to how or what are the plans to ensure that this goes parallel with what we want to achieve at the local government.
Okay.
The second one, people might just be asking themselves, how do we talk about professionalization of the public service? Or maybe the other question might be, did we lose an opportunity to do it at the beginning of democracy? So the question I'm asking basically is that now we should be talking about how we improve systems. Now we're still talking about the framework of thinking what we still want to do in terms of professionalizing. I understand also gives me the impression that this will still take a bit of time to implement. It's not something they want to do in the next 2 years. Because we're still talking about the framework of how we're going to do it. So it becomes problematic for you. So those are the two main issues that I had. But one thing that always comes to my mind is that I see the NHG talks more about the which for me is a part of why we're public service. And I'm thinking for you said we talked about
Thank you very much, Sapon. Are there any other questions before I give over to Doc? Okay. Thank you. Yes, it is.
And I don't understand why we never go to the board. One of the biggest experiences that I have in the private sector is the same thing that Professor Lady Doctor failed us. This is why we're still speaking about this thing. I'm saying this topic started how already the idea of professionalizing. That's the question that is statement also said that we are known to come up with the best policies. Our implementation has proven to be contradictory. Even if there are genuine attempts to create other work the level of HIV is still trying everything else. That is one of the one who not speak our things for 20 years, not 20 years down the line, settle speak about
Thank you very much. The gentleman here in pink and the DDG have got questions, and then from there I'll give over to Dr. Mutakwani to give a response. Thank you. The gentleman with the pink shirt, you know, pink is the new black now.
My question is like we consider we are more concerned than develop. And these are one of the challenges that probably give us not just to say we are coming up with solutions to develop to professionalize in our country. And two, what really went wrong? I'm asking this question because even around when you look at it was established around 2000. Other we have our national information why am I saying this? Because I would say, for example, I'm from Northwest. I know that there's people who are here, who are technical managers. So service delivery is not so we can fight. That's the problem to find ourselves in this conundrum. Because HR is not based at the strategy. Because even when budget cuts come, first institution to get a hit is training. And if you look at the budget currently, we're looking about development of students. The budget of NSC currently. Now, we want to develop our people, professionalize our people, but we don't want to spend the money pushing more resources.
Thank you very much, sir.
I'm not sure that my approach to this particular issue is correct, but I'm looking at it at different phases. There are documents that you don't need to
when we live here, the way we give ourselves the civil service, the way we address our another aspect where we need to extract the different councils and but simple things like when elderly of government or any government office and looking for a particular person that not even sit well because it can't office. And this is just something and it's like the person just woke up now. And then the person will only change the tone when you say, I am sorry, and I'm looking for this. And then to prove that he or she knows that well, the way she answers the phone is wrong. She was like apologizing. I'm sorry, ma'am, because she doesn't know what to do. So there are those normally, the way we present ourselves, the way we dress, when you know, there was I was listening to what the interview, which I subscribe to also in some stage. This person is working for us. He says, I don't, when I'm filling the forms or when I'm asked where I went, I don't feel that I work for ESCOM because all the things that are happening. Sometimes when I move around, when people ask me where do I work, I am very shy of saying I am the public servant. We need to begin now to be open to say proudly, I present myself as a public servant, and when people see me walk, they see that this is the part. And not only in our offices, when you see an elderly person, when a person who needs help, just go in there, volunteer. So I just wanted to address the issue of this might take forever for it to see. Yes, those cases that will take forever when you're engaged with other agencies to make sure that register with them, the issues of the professional bodies, and so on and so on and so forth. That is just my take on that question. And my question then to Dr. Rane and also Dr. Najee on this. You know, I think the time has come where we are honest with ourselves I don't want to use this thing of I think there needs to be a forum where us as citizens and our political actors sit together so that we move from the same thing. Because most of the problems, yes, public service says you know how difficult it is when there is a problem, a bad working relationship. If we skip that part, I think we will experience challenges. So I'm looking forward to a day where we all sit together to say we need to find a solution of making sure that we turn this thing around. We have left it for too long. We really have left it for too long. And we need to be from the same place.
Thank you very much, DDG. Thank you for reminding us about those low-hanging fruit You know, if you want to know that somebody is a senior public servant, you will hear from the language, the low-hanging fruit. What is it that we can pick, you know, without having to wait for 20 years for the framework to be implemented? So let us be professional in the way that we conduct ourselves, from the way that we answer the telephone. Hello, Dr. Musakwani, over to you. Thank you.
And when you ask them, how long did you go? What's the journey? It's more than implementation of their policies was key to China eradicating poverty. So yes, the issue that is connected, I think we said so. Will need to be the first approach taken. Remember, these bodies already never there. Also now existing. Clearly now they're going to absorb us and going to take over and all that. So we need to find agreement with them and stating them. We know we've done so much. Like SABPP, the entire space. That's so much. And the city in the testing as well to say how do we accommodate each other in this frame that we're. So there's a lot of work. Thank you so much. In terms of yes, there are many years, especially when we educate the leaders. Yes, and get one pillar right, then move to the next pillar. Actually, when we get there, this is a journey. Where the public service is not just for you, it's for our kids as well. We are in a journey. So therefore, the law who ask immediately be conscious of our responsibility as Thank you so much. I think the critical issue which we are grappling is about what you call administrative political interface. It is but we're dealing with that. We're dealing with that. That's why we're saying let's have the DG, the presidency, use the team of G's, all that. Power and so forth. Other than that, this educating public servants to say when you deal with the political interference, how do you react and how do you react? Now, if you don't, you never see any case. And stand up. Now, everybody knows consequences are there. Of course, the realities are my news are records that we can point to. So yes, we hope that there will be something that we can do. We're leading them to the simulation. When we get to the simulation, we tell them you have a problem. If you're going to be you're supposed to provide oversight. And when they leave, they call authorities, you know, you know. Easy to this thing, not saying they digital. I think they do these actually quickly about it. So yes, that's a new issue. You know, there was when we're trying to push, looking at disparities between national, province, and local government. And then the TPA said they need to do the same public service. Oh, that was the problem. That was the problem. Because if you were looking, you were thinking of their pockets in the local government sphere. You want to standardize, you know, the manager, executive manager, and the manager, that's what I'm teaching is our mentors. So immediately you say, this is from one single, so that we can harness the expertise across the levels. There was a resistance, their challenges, the municipality, the local government space is a problem for the country. And that it is that's where service is given. That's where we are judged. And we do have that problem. Maybe you might say, what are we doing? We are currently we're training staff as trainers. And we're seeing when we have these new municipal councillors, we expect you to cover all this, so that when they know what they can for or into. Unfortunately, when they go back to municipalities, now that we have municipalities, those issues that they know, at least they show that they know. And then in one of the proposals, we are asking you to feed to this by saying, let's start with HRT. You say HRT. HRT, let's start there and start professionalizing so that they can be recognized, they can be taken seriously. So that would be one way of going about this one. Yeah, the issue of course, somebody said this is not a problem. The issue was saying, oh, very professional. And the challenge is that if you are alone right now, alone and there with your excellence, how long will you sustain that excellence? That's why we need all of us to be on board. Because ultimately you will be able to be criticized and so forth. And then you get decided not to do it. So now say let everybody come on board. Let us all be professional and be professionalized. That's what I think. Okay. Of course, the issue was also local government. We have, for instance, in Lusaka, we're talking to Proctor. We say, what are your plans of professionalizing local government? And we know you can't go to local government now and say, hey, it's a JD. But let's get it right. This one improvements and then we move down to local government. But the work is started to say, in local governments, how can we assist? We went to Lisa and said, Lisa, when you are deploying these new engineers to local government, these guys, they are engineers and designers, so they understand the people. And you have to understand the people. So we started yes, very few, and we calculate people in the type of professionalism, because also saving the people. When they bring their technical experience, it's a journey. I must say, I can't say we will do it. Yeah. You ask me about the professionalism. It's about being. I think it's a good terms. You see and spirit and touch you. Then professionalization is the organization. This company. How does it no seem to release this energy we have achieved our objective. So when you as a public are able to scale the level of the public, and that leadership is able to shape you to the school of government, so they can tell you how to study. This is not actually studying, so the public needs to be satisfied.
Thank you very much, Dr. Motogwani, for answering those questions. It is really appreciated. And thank you for giving the distinction between professionalism and professionalization. Professionalism is about the being. What is it that you are doing as a public servant? Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, without further ado, I would like to take the next presenter. And at the end of that presentation, if you still have questions and deliberations, then we can take it. I'm going to call upon Professor John Shibaya Mbuya, who will be talking to us about the culture of ethical behavior. I just want to tell you this short story that the other day I happened to visit a testing station. And when I arrived, and the person that I met there said, give me 50 rand and I will show you where the rattle is. So that is a public servant. The question is, how ethical is that public servant? I am for real. It happened last week. I am for real. So that is what Professor is going to talk to us about. I just want to read Professor's short bio. Dr. John Mbuya is a global strategist, an international business authority, seasoned corporate banker, author, lecturer, and mentor to thousands of managers globally, and is regarded as having pioneered many of the systems, procedures, and training programs which organizations can put into place to handle the risk aspects of their business. Dr. Mbuye is a former principal senior lecturer in the Department of Economics and Econometrics at the University of Johannesburg, where he specialized in banking and risk management. He's also a former lecturer at De Montfort University in the UK. He also used to work for Millpark Business School in South Africa. He's a former professor of international business at the College of Applied Sciences in Boma, former professor of strategic management, and an MBA director at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. John graduated from De Montfort University with an MBA, and he obtained his PhD in business management from UJ. He is a seasoned corporate banker, a part-time university lecturer in South Africa, Botswana, and in Mozambique. He's a part-time HIV/AIDS counselor in South Africa and a women and child abuse activist and a leadership student. He has worked for Nedbank. He has worked for IDC. He has worked for TerraBank, which is now known as Ubank. And then Sambo, you remember Sambo in South Africa. He has performed many varied roles ranging from financial accountant to risk management, as well as having considerable practical experience. He is also a member of various institutions and an advisory committee member of many financial institutions in SADC. He is the founder and executive director of Ascendancy Risk Management. Dr. John has supervised, listen to this one, over 350 master students and 16 doctoral students in South Africa, Botswana, and in Mozambique. He has published over 50 articles in various newspapers, magazines, and in journals. He has written and published over 62 books. I don't know what time this is. And these books are in the fields of banking, risk management, credit management, holistic management, and restructuring of aiding organizations, operations management, and many more. I think I'm going to stop here for now. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give our professor a very warm welcome.
Program Director. DGs, DDGs, professionals, and all protocols observed. Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here. Quick and to the point, without wasting a lot of your time. Where do we start? We start right here. Now, who is involved in the management of ethics? Now, ethics stroke corruption, stroke risk management. Now, we are all involved. It's not a them versus us. We are together in this ship. Once this ship sinks, it sinks with all of us. I'm talking about South Africa as a ship. Right now, I can't leave that to civil servants, to the president, to the ministers,
it's our duty as citizens to patch those holes so that the ship won't sink. It's you, it's me, it's all those people around us. Now, if we don't do something about it, we're going to find ourselves under the water by hook or by crook. We need to save the sinking ship. Now, a lot of people have spoken. You have spoken. My good daughter has spoken. The problems we are facing in public service. It's not easy. It's not baby stuff. It's something we have to do together. Now, I'm talking about myself now. When I talk about myself, I'm talking about you as well. It's you, it's me, and the ethics part, the right and wrong, the good and the bad. Now, I have a dog, small dog, at home. One day I went out, I forgot to leave some food for the dog. And I live on a farm, I have some chickens there. And the dog was hungry, went into the chicken house, it ate all the eggs. I came back, there were no eggs. And the dog could not look at me in the eye. It's like a human being, but it has got conscience. It knows that it has never been taught how to eat eggs. But I made a mistake because I didn't feed it, and it went and ate all the eggs. But it could not face me because it was ashamed. Now, that's a dog. We are not dogs. We are human beings. We are spiritual beings before we became human beings. Now, I'm not comparing you with a dog, but I'm simply saying the conscience of a dog cannot override the conscience of a spiritual human being. That's ethics in a nutshell. Now, let's look at the next slide. Different approaches. We have different approaches of business ethics, social scientific ethics, managerial, organizational, ethical development, and our ethical beings. Now we need to look at it holistically. You don't have to pigeonhole ethics. Ethics starts in kindergarten. Kindergarten, that's where it starts. It's not the teachers. It's us as parents. Once we have failed as parents, there are two things that is going to happen. It's either the person we are rearing, we are growing, we are mentoring, we end up in prison. Now, if that person, your child, ends up in prison, don't blame the child, blame yourself, because you would have failed as a parent. That's where we start, kindergarten. Now, let me touch a little bit about education. We are using the outcome-based education. It's dead. It was put together by Kurt Asmat, the first South African Minister of Education in 1994. I was a young academic, I was quite vocal Angie about it a few years ago. She ignored me. I spoke to Blades Monday a few years ago. He ignored me. Outcome-based education in South Africa is dead. That's the problem. We can't solve these problems they're talking about with outcome-based education in place. It's dead. It has served its purpose. Remember, it was taken from Australia. And they took it, they threw it down our throats. So this is it. This is what we want for you. But that was not good for South Africa. Now we must go back. Every time you have a problem, don't try to solve the problem. Take 3 steps, go back and re-look at it. Look at that problem with the eyes of a child. Look at that problem with the eyes of God. Look at that problem with the eyes of an angel. If you do that, you find a solution. So these are not now problems. They are deep rooted in our society. I mean, deep rooted in our society. Now, we are not talking about outcome-based. That's a risk. Those were the sins of people who are no longer here, but we are still living with it. And if we question it, they ignore it. We all fathers here and mothers. And I don't know which school you went to. Probably you attended outcome-based education. In China, they don't use outcome-based education. In Germany, they don't use outcome-based education, but we are driving German cars, precision engineering by Germans, without outcome-based education. That's where we must start. If you have a problem, your tummy is squeezing, you go to the doctor and the doctor says, okay, let's take you to the theater. I want to cut and see what is happening. You run away, isn't it? That's what we are doing. The wrong tools. You have to do a diagnosis just to find out exactly whether it's cancer or it's just a bug. We are not doing that. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. Let's move a little bit. The 6th myth of ethics: dog eat dog. Have you heard about that? Dog eat dog. Survival of the fittest. Nice guys come second. You've heard about it. It's not serious, right? If you can't beat them, join them. Right. Now, all that matters is the bottom line. What's in my pocket? And we see that straight from the president right to the sweeper. Now, I'm going to be very blunt. Some people may not like me, but I'm like that. From the president right to the sweeper. The whole value chain is not ethical. And I'm putting on my academic hat. I can't be arrested. We have a lot of dimensions in terms of ethics. Macro, the big picture, the global picture. Meso, the business, society, legitimacy, survival, and corporate, until we come down to the person who is me, you, or anybody around them. Now, if we look at this, where do we start? We must start right here in your heart. If we do that, all of us, we won't have to worry about corruption. We don't have to. But we worry about it. There's a lot of things we do that are unethical, and we just, cover them. Now, if I were to open up your hearts one by one, I'll be shocked to see and witness what you've done over a lifetime. I can talk about myself because I know myself. I don't have to talk about you, but I know we are the same. Yes, we are all born by a woman. We are not angels. We all make mistakes. But can we repent and start all over again? You have seen the sun rising this morning, and as sure as death, you see it going to the west. And tomorrow is going to be another day. Now, do you take stock every day when you go to bed? How many good things have you done? How many bad things have you done per day? You can't start with the whole year. You have to start with one day, if not an hour. Take stock every day. So basically, that's where we are. There's a whole lot of other things we need to talk about now. This model, I've used it 100 times when I teach ethics globally. And it's the same. Simply tweak it here and there. You tweak it here and there, but the results are the same because the people we deal with are the same. The problems we are facing as a country, as individuals, as entities are the same. Our government against the German government, against the Russian government, against the Chinese government is the same. Government is government is government wherever you go. It all depends who the levers and the spanners and the spokes in the wheel of government are. If you get one spoke that is rusty, it makes a noise. You're riding a bicycle and your hub is not tied nicely. It goes like this. You all know we have ridden bicycles. If the brakes of your car are too tight, you damage the engine because it's struggling and the brakes are on. And if you loosen it, you go down the ditch, it won't stop. Now, how do we get that right? We need now a measurement. We need to look at the measurement. How do we measure? What against what in terms of ethics? Now we all have that measure. It's right in our hearts. We know ourselves. You don't have to confess to anybody. You have to confess to yourself because we know what we know. I know that. All my life, I've been doing forensics, etc., in government, and I tell you the things I've come up with, I'm even ashamed. But these are human beings like me. Now, where is the ethical spirit? And I want to assure you, it's not just government alone. It's waste in the public service. Right now, I'm doing a forensics for 500 billion euros with the Reserve Bank. It disappeared. In the Reserve Bank, how can 500 billion euros disappear in the Reserve Bank? It's ethics. So that's where we start, guys. That's where we start. And we need now to go back to the Aristotles, to the Kants, to the me, and find out exactly what they say about ethics and how we can rid ourselves. How can we live a normal life, a clean life? It's a tall order. But there we are, guys. I'm going to touch a little bit about HR. Time permits. Now, we have the law side and the ethics side. Now, way back, there was no law. But when people started urinating almost everywhere, they put a law. Right? There was no law. Individuals. That's how it started. Now we are saying, well, a normal person should behave like this. What if they act in an unethical manner? You have to put on a law. And then they started putting all these laws now all over the world just to care people. You go to Holland right now, they have destroyed prisons because there's nobody to put in prison. Nobody. They are law-abiding citizens. How long do you think it's going to take us to get to Holland, where all the prisons are destroyed because they are now white elephants? People are not committing crimes anymore. That's where we need to take South Africa, where all the prisons will be closed because they are not criminals. Now, I don't know how many years it's going to take us to get there, but that's the idea. That's where we want to go to. But we need to start somewhere, kindergarten. Now, these are some of the legislations put together to curb us as human beings. Right? You know all this, right? This is how accounting should be done. This is the Financial Intelligence Center, the protected disclosures, etc., etc. You go on and on and on and on. They are putting all these legislations just to control you and me, our behaviors, because our mothers and fathers failed. They failed. We wouldn't be here. They failed. The jails are full. So there you are. That's how it is. Now, let's talk about the code of ethics. Commit the department to the highest standards of behavior. How do you do that? We just put a few things, we put it on a paper, we put it on the wall. Then this is our code of ethics. Now, you must breathe it. You must live it. It must be part of your DNA. Just leave your phone outside there and see if it's going to be there after an hour. You don't have to go far. Right here. Right here. It could be me. It could be anybody. That's where we are. We need to develop in such a way that involves all the stakeholders to infuse this culture. Now, culture is not the easiest thing to change. It's not easy to change culture. I have my culture. You have your own culture. You have your own culture. And now it's an infusion. And now we are all employed by government. You think the government can change our hearts inside out? Really? When our parents failed, they failed. The president has failed. The municipalities have failed. ESCOM has failed. Now, ESCOM is not a building. It's the people in there. It's the people who have failed. Municipalities don't fail. It's the people inside the municipality who fail. Governments don't fail. It's the people employed by governments who fail. Now, how do we change that? It's a tall order. But we need commitment. We need to start afresh. Take everything and throw it into the bin and say, let's start a new chapter. Maybe we'll get it right. If we can't, we start again. But remember, we are getting old and the new generation is coming up. Now, it's this new generation who is going to take over from us. Now, if we have done a bad job in rearing them up, giving them proper ethics from kindergarten, this is going to go on and on and on and on and on and on. And until somebody is going to ask, but how did we get it? You have to retrace the family tree. I'm talking about government now. You have to go back. With the wrong system of education, outcome based. And I've made noises. They don't want to listen to me. So I kept quiet. My friend, Bled, we are friends. We are good buddies. He said, no, I can't do that. It's going to put the whole education system into disarray. That was his answer. And I'm telling you, guys, you drive a German car, German engineering. How did they get there? So we need to ask tough questions. If we don't ask tough questions, we won't get there. We really won't be able to fix South Africa. My good doctor, I think it was you, who said South Africa is going to be a failed state. No, it was the DG, right? Yes. It's true. We've been watching the trend. It's true. Zimbabwe is a failed state. Zambia, a failed state. We've got a new leader there now. Namibia is a failed state. But at least there is a glimpse of hope. Now, wherever you are, start there. Some people say, but where do I start? Just get outside, pick up a stone and throw it into the air. Where that stone lands, start there. That's where you start. With a clean heart. It's not easy, but we can do it. If we commit ourselves as citizens, if we commit ourselves as God-fearing people, yes, we can. But we need now to really look into ourselves and ask tough questions. Now, my brother has spoken, the good doctor has spoken about professional ethics. Professional. How can we improve it? It's a tough order. Now, I can't change you. I can't change anybody. But if you have kids in kindergarten, that's where we must start. And I'm telling you now, as sure as death, nobody is going to change you. I tried when I was working for the bank to change people. I almost got killed. Twice. They shot at me. And one bullet went from here. It came out. I was trying to do my job. And they shot me. They almost killed me. And from that day, I spent 6 months in hospital with this corruption thing. And I'm still fighting corruption in Africa with a bullet hole in my shoulder. I can open it if you want to see. So this is how bad it is. It's not just South Africa. It's not just, but we can change if we want to. We can change. But it's entirely up to you. These are the layers of the role players. It's corporate governance, risk management, ethics, organizational integrity, compliance, anti-corruption, internal audit, legal, human resources. Now, a lot of you guys are coming from human resources. Now you are the gatekeepers. You are the gatekeepers. How far can you go? I mean, if they kick 5 balls at you, you can only catch 1, right? You can't catch them all. And they keep on kicking. And you are the gatekeeper. There's so much we can do as human beings, but the rest we can't. So we need to change inside. If we can't change as human beings, as spiritual beings, then this will be just another seminar, another waste of time, until we change as individuals, and then as a group, and then as an organization, as a province, as a country. If we don't do that, we are wasting our time. Now, those who are coming behind us, they are going through the same education system. Outcome based, useless system. Taken from Australia, forced through our throats by force. I'm blunt. And then they take their children to the best schools in Europe. And ours must go through outcome based. And when their children come back, they become your bosses. Because they've got superior education. I told you I'm going to be blunt. Kill me if you want to. The role of HRM in ethics, you enforce the various legislations at a cost. Just like me, they almost killed me. Walk the talk. Right? Lead by example. Remind. This is a reminder. You all know it. You all know the good and the bad. Training is just a reminder. It's like a baby. You have to keep on telling the baby, don't touch the fire, you burn. But at some point, you must let the child burn. And the moment they burn, they'll never touch fire again. Right, identify the gaps in the system. Induct and remind and train and retrain. It's a reminder. Training is a reminder. And the more you remind a person, the more it sinks into their heads and hearts. So it's a continuous process. One speaker said,
I think it was you, man, who said, when COVID hits, training stopped completely. Stops. Now, training is supposed to continue because that's how you instill ethical behavior, by training, by walking the talk, by leading by example, by reminding. It's not an easy thing to do. Now, risk management, you all know about it. This is one of the pillars. Ethics, fraud prevention, whistleblowing, it goes with its own risks, right? Risk assessment, ethics training, awareness, financial disclosures, the list goes on and on. Whistleblowing, policies, we have policies, but we are killing the whistleblowers. You blow the whistle, you'll be like me, with a gunshot in your shoulder. It missed my heart by 2 inches. And that was the bank, not even government, the bank. That's how bad it is, guys. That's how bad it is. So we need to look at it holistically and make up our minds, especially the guys sitting at the top. The guys sitting at the top, you have a heavy load on your shoulders. You can't be seen to be doing something that is unethical when you're a leader. Now, you don't have to teach people to be ethical. You just act ethically, and your staff will follow suit. But if you behave unbecomingly, then you are setting the tone. Everybody else will be doing the same thing because you started. So the role of ethics is to minimize the impact of fraud, abuse of power, embezzlement, conflicts of interest, bribery, favoritism, nepotism, extortion, inside trading, abuse of all these and a host of other things. We are trying to minimize. You can only minimize, you can't finish it. You can't rob it of people's hearts. You can only minimize. It's like you put in a mask, minimize, right? But you can't really kill the virus with the mask. Okay. How can a department's culture be changed? Let's talk. We need to talk. Open up. Open up. Let's talk. Guys, is this true? Is this honest? Is this ethical? If the answer is no, so why are you doing it? Let's open up. Put those boxes in your workplaces and put suggestion boxes everywhere so that people can really say whatever they want to say without showing their faces or their names. That's what we need to do. And if we don't do that, people are afraid. Now, what if my boss realizes that I'm the one who have done this? You know, you don't know what your boss is thinking, right? There's going to be a beef between you and your boss. So what now? You can't afford to have a beef with your boss. It doesn't work. I mean, it doesn't work in your favor, right? So there are so many things we can talk about in terms of ethics, how we behave. How can we help to change the culture? There is that much you can do. You can't change people. Organizational change. People change when they are ready to change. All you need to do, behave ethically, do the right thing. I'm talking to bosses now. Do the right thing. If it's a person has done something, don't scold that person in public. Take that person in your office. Remind that person. Now you have respected that person. Tomorrow, he or she is not going to do it. But the moment you tell that person in front of 6, 7, 8 people, they're going to be worse. That's the nature of a human being. Now they don't like you. Now they start gossiping behind your back. Now it's like a fire, right? The whole department is talking about you, how bad that boss is because he has done or she has done 1, 2, 3. So the element of respect must always be there. Now, ethical conduct is required by the Constitution. It's a constitutional mandate. Now, if you are unethical, you are technically breaking the Constitution. It's the cornerstone of sound governance, the core responsibility of public office. All this is in the Constitution. But how many of us have read the Constitution from cover to cover? Exactly. Now, all those legislations that we have passed, have you read all of them? You need to go and read. I'll tell you a little story. When I joined Nedbank London many years ago, when I finished my university, Nedbank has got about 120 manuals to operate that bank. I read all of them from cover to cover. 120 manuals to operate a bank. I read all of them. When I came here from the UK, from Nedbank London, I was a superstar. We were working in 100 Main Street, the old Nedbank. I knew everything about Nedbank because I had read the operating manuals from cover to cover. From cover to cover. If you can do that, you read the manuals, the legislation, everything you need about your job. Go and read, find time to read it. Once you have done that, you become a new person. You now know if somebody is doing something, you can act so and so says this and this and this and this. That's what bosses do. Right. I'm just gonna skip a little bit. There are other things I need to talk about. Reasons for unethical conduct in the public service. The ego power trips. Employees think that they know what is best, regardless of what the department has decided. Greed. Some individuals exploit their own positions at work in order to enrich themselves. It comes with the territory. There's a whole lot of things that literally opens up for people to behave unbecomingly. There's a lot. I don't want to read them all. You have the slides you can read. Right. Now, all these things are there. They are written in our hearts. And what do? Right. Code of ethics. You lay the standards, but if you don't leave the standards, you're wasting your time. Literally wasting paper, wasting ink, and wasting your time. We have value-based and rule-based. Now, I've seen in certain organizations, they put both on the wall. It's just a decoration. Nobody follows that. So there we go. I just want to take you to, I don't want to go through all that. This is more of what I want to talk about. The change. This is the horizon. This is the rate of change. Now, if you look at the change drivers, look at that. And then you look at the political, economic, and then you look at organizational development, and our executives are right here. So we are not following the change drivers. We are here. So we are not adapting fast enough. The change drivers are there, but we can't match. Now, it boils back to education, how old you are. And if you're over 50, for you to adapt quickly is practically impossible. And you can't ask a 65-year-old person to change. They can't. They just can't. It's impossible. We call this the sigmoid curve. Now, you put an A here and a B here. Now, you start somewhere and you're growing. The moment you get to a certain point, you need to start another curve. If you are to manage change. Now, if you just go, you are not adding value to the system. You need to start there. Once you feel that, okay, I'm comfortable with the position or the department I'm working in, you get somebody you can mentor, right? You become the mentor and you have a prodigy, somebody you can teach. And we don't have that in our system. That's how we leave a legacy. If we don't do that, you go down with all the knowledge, with all the experience. And then people will say, but my dad used to be like this, but he's no longer there. He did not leave a legacy. So we use the sigmoid curve to do that. Now, every year, you need to take stock. Take stock almost every year. Well, where am I? What happened last year? Now, I just taken the liberty to look at the wheel of misfortune. Now, I have taken this from around the globe. And our own ESCOM is there. My old bank Sambo is there, it's dead. I lost 9 million rands when Sambo went on. 9 million in shares, boom, in small. And we knew what was the problem. And the guy was lying. Johan May, he's late now. He was lying to the media. No, everything is hunky-dory. We are all fine, everything's good. And we knew every time you open your computer, the crack is becoming wider and wider. And we knew that the bank was going to go under. I knew it. I wrote a letter to the board and they dismissed it. Now, there are people who have also written letters like me within ESCOM And there are people who are doing that in the departments. There are people who are doing that in municipalities. And what is happening to them? Nobody listens to them until they start failing to pay salaries. Salaries are budgeted for the whole year. How can an organization fail to pay salaries when it's budgeted once a year and it's kept in the bank? And then at a particular point, the company can't pay salaries. How does that work? You have to go back and take 3 steps back and look at it with the eyes of God, with the eyes of a child. I thought it would be nice to look at the reasons for the failure. And I use this quite a lot when I teach ethics. Now, I've got one for municipalities I have designed with all the numbers from the Auditor General, real numbers. So this is where we are. It's all about ethics. So there we go. Now, what? Not all these are my recommendations. You can come up with your own recommendations. Climate survey, establish the gaps in the culture of the department, establish the desired culture. We have to try something. We have to try something. But there is no solution for unethical behavior. I can tell you now. There is no easy solution. We can try, we can minimize the damage, but we have to be seen to be doing something. Because that's the problem we have in front of us. We can't just look at it and say, no, it can't be done. We have to be seen to be doing something. Are we together? Good. In closing, the main change drivers using the sigmoid curve, the environmental change drivers, the political change drivers, the management change drivers. There's a whole lot of drivers we can look at if we want to change the behavior of people. A goat, if it's giving you a problem, you just tie it to a tree and it just graces around the tree. You can't do that with a human being, can you? They just untie themselves. So there we go. Guys, this is where we are. And we go back where we started from. We go back where we started from. Now, all these things I have spoken about, we can now re-strategize. We started with this, and we end with this. Now, look at your thinking now. Go back and filter all those things and see if we can change. We can only do so much in terms of changing the people's habits. It's not an easy game. It's not child play. We are talking money here. Just being here, there's a lot of money spent by government. And we probably don't care because we get our salary every month. Let's say it's your money. Would you allow your money to go down the drain? The answer is no. It's not. So take this department, this province as your province. Take ownership. John F. Kennedy, during his inauguration, said, don't ask. Don't ask what the government can do for you, but ask, what can I do for the government? Who is the government? It's the people. Don't ask what the government can do for you, but ask, what can I do for the government? Because it's you. We are part of government. Now, with this, I think I just want to say, I wish you the gift of intelligence, the gift of leadership, the gift of governance, the gift from God. Thank you.
Prof, thank you very much. Colleagues, can you give Prof a very big round? Thank you for reminding us that it starts with me. I cannot say you, I must say it starts with me. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. When you opened up, you said, where do we start? It starts with me. You spoke passionately about ethics, you know, things that we take for granted. And you reminded us where it needs to start at kindergarten. We almost go into what's retirement and we want to start now. It's too late for us, but we can start somewhere. You spoke about how a conscience of a dog can override that of a spiritual human being. There is no. But still, we are taking those pencils and the pens for our daughters and sons at home. You're asking 50 rands just for me to give you a form to complete. I'm asking 5 rands just to give you a black pen to complete a form. It starts with me. He said, when we have a problem, we need to go 3 steps back. We cannot try to come up with solutions by just looking at the problem. We need to go 3 steps back and see where did it start. You also spoke about the 6 myths of ethics. I was laughing sitting there because these are the things that we know. Dog eat dog. You know, if you can't beat them, join them, and we join them. When you are in Vegas, we do what they do in Vegas. We need to commit the department to the highest standards of behavior. And it goes back also to what the DDG said. It starts with how you dress as a public servant, what time you arrive. DDG is not there, I'm going to the shops today. And when she calls, I'll tell her that I'm at the doctor's. That's with me. And ethical. Human resource practitioners, gatekeepers. But how many balls can you keep at a time? Only one. Unless you are Brian Baloy. You know how Brian Baloy used to catch balls because of his height? Maybe you can catch more than one. I don't know. I just want to find out, are there any questions before we break for lunch? Any comments? Okay, I've noted one hand. Any other hands? Okay, thank you.
If was a share would say those who are You're feeling those of my question. I have this thing. It's not that I think we're being very, because I've been here in governmental government anyway, and then I'll be my testimony. You get the my child when it started to was supposed to say no. I conclude because the legislation says this. So I think that if it starts with us, we need to study, we need to understand what is the responsibilities.
Thank you very much for those comments. Is there any other hands? Okay, I see one hand. And also I will ask Dr. Shezi to come closer because he's got just one little thing to do before we break for lunch. Ma'am, I've noted your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would say this because constantly on a daily basis, I have to encourage her to say that she will come out to the discount towards the giving it a shot. Keep on pushing because this is going to work. And the reality I was thinking to myself is everything goes. It might seem insignificant, but it's at times it's a daunting task. You have to continue to encourage while you find yourself in a system that is very discouraged in a sense that it's easy to forget your conscience. It's easy to forget your principles when you have to, it's tough for you to maintain everything, including your integrity. When the order of the day is that you can feel have wanted to find something that is not ethical. You're able to maintain your integrity and more importantly, because I want to drive a certain car to be able to have integrity. I'll keep it back to you. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and to remind everybody to say it's costly to maintain your integrity. It's costly to whatever alcohol and keep your ethical principles. It's doable.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for those words. Colleagues, thank you very much. I think this is an interesting and very important topic. Prof is still around, so when we break for lunch, you may ask as many questions as you would like. I'm quite sure he's very generous with his time and he will answer whatever question that you pose to him. And Prof, we thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. We really appreciate that. And at this hour, I would like to ask you, Prof, to come forward and ask the DDG as well to come forward. Dr. Shezi, I thought you were here already. And we are going to break for lunch. So Dr. Shezi, you are going to lunch. So thank you. Over to you, Dr. Shezi, for the mic. DDG, akonga tumene hemme. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shezi. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, DDG. Colleagues, at this hour, I would like us to take lunch and we come back at 2 o'clock. Please remember the spirit of excellence. We are practicing to be professional. Let us come back at 2 o'clock on the dot. Lunch is served in the dining area inside the building. Thank you. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Mana kabadirisi mouse kana
And our next speaker is already logged in, so she's virtual. Okay. I'm going to call a few people. Thank you. Colleagues, welcome back. Thank you. Settle so that we can start the third session. I've got a token here for someone who was on time. I said, let's come back at 2 o'clock. But when I came in, there was only 1%, excluding you, that there was no, it wasn't you. There was only 1% in the room when I came back. So I just want to acknowledge them for the spirit of thank you. Please clap for the gentleman. Okay. Colleagues, at this hour, we are going to talk about something that has not affected the meaning that you were existing at the time. 26th of lockdown, we all had to, had to learn to work from home. Some of us didn't even have a working space at home. You know, you work in the kitchen, then you must join a meeting, and there's kids that are running around because they see that you're on TV, they also want to be on TV. You know, some people you think, okay, in the bedroom, maybe I can have my meeting in the bedroom, and then you have your spouse walking out of the bathroom, you know, in his bed. It's true, in his bed suit, you know, because it's his room with them, yeah, and the one pair. We tried to make it work. It wasn't easy, but some of us made it. You and I made it. We are here today. So we are going to listen to an expert, Tanya Cohen, when she tells us about the impact of COVID-19, you know, on us as individuals, on our emotional being, on your working space, how it has affected us. Because sometimes you think that you were not affected, but those around you, they can see, all of a sudden, this person is so short-tempered. They are always screaming, they're always shouting. You think you were not affected. You think you were not impacted, but deep down, you were affected. So Tanya is the coordinator of Public-Private Growth Initiative, a sector-based collaborative platform that intermediates with government in removing inhibitors for economic growth, mobilizing employment and investment. The PPGI's focus on building public-private trust, collaboration, and linkages. Tanya is the former CEO of BUSA, you know, Business Unity of South Africa, where she left an indelible mark through adopting an institutional and collaborative approach with other social partners. Tanya specialized in labor market policy and has served as chair of the CCMA governing body and as a commissioner at the Commission of Employment Equity. National Minimum Wage Agreement, Labor Relations Stability Accord, and Job Summit Framework Agreement in NEDLAC, as well as leading employers globally on the ILO General Discussion titled Demographic Change and the World of Work. She is an attorney by profession and holds a BA, an LLB, and LLM laws from the University of Witwatersrand. You know what they say about people, about attorneys? You always have to be careful of what you say, or it will be used against you in the court of law. So, ladies and gentlemen, may we put our hands together to welcome Tanya.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Program Director. And you don't have to worry about what is said to me, because I've left my attorney days behind long ago, and I've moved far more into reconciliation and peace building processes. So hopefully I'm audible. I just wanted to check, because the line and the signal isn't necessarily that clear. If I can just get a thumbs up or an indication if it is audible from someone, and then I will start with my input.
I can hear you, Tanya, but maybe you can just put up your voice volume just a little bit.
Do you want me to put up the volume?
Yes.
Okay, I'll certainly try and do so on my side. I don't know if it helps. Does that help?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to check if the screen is visible.
It is.
Okay, good. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to spend this time with you. I hope that after lunch you haven't eaten too much, and you've still got some energy left to be able to engage. And really, I want to just spend the next 40 to 50 minutes taking you through essentially a view of how COVID has affected us and the world of work, but I think also in terms of how things in any event were changing. And I think what you see here is that there's a number of factors that are really impacting on how work is performed. The one is, of course, COVID-19. And the question everyone's asking is, has that resulted in long-term structural adjustments, or are these just temporary accommodating of current circumstances and lockdown regulations? There is, of course, the state of the economy and whether or not that is driving changes in terms of the world of work towards more automation, less employees, higher skills, those type of things. There's questions in terms of what has been the impact of the July unrest. And I know to some extent Northern Cape wasn't nearly as severely affected as other parts of the country. And then, of course, how local elections are going to impact on how municipalities are run and what that means for work from a local government perspective. So I think the question that we essentially want to ask ourselves in the next while is, are we geared for the changes that have been thrust upon us? How do we adapt the world of work so that it is fit for the type of work that we need to do? And how do we move in that direction rather than avoid the change and the opportunity that these circumstances present us? And I love referring to this quote that you can see on the left. It was written in 2009 by an author, E.M. Forster, who wrote a novel at the time, which was quite prophetic. It was called The Machine Stops. And it was about a future world where people sat alone in their rooms, like I'm doing now. I'm fortunate that I do have a room to work from, communicating with friends and family and lecturing via their screens to people around the world. Food, drink, and other goods were delivered directly in. And really, it's an amazing concept that already over 100 years ago, the type of circumstances that was envisaged in that science fiction novel has actually come about as a result predominantly of COVID. So what I'm going to do today is speak to you about how the world of work has adjusted through the lens of what is called the Decent Work Agenda of the International Labour Organization. Many of you might be familiar with the fact that the International Labour Organization, or the ILO for short, is an agency of the United Nations. It's one of the agencies, but it's unique because it's the only tripartite agency. It has a governing body that consists of business and labor and government that make decisions together. All the other agencies like the WHO and the WTO and those type of agencies actually are government constituted, whereas the ILO is constituted of the tripartite parties. And there are lots of standards and there are lots of recommendations and there are lots of conventions that are ratified through the ILO mechanism. But what keeps this all together and what gives us all a framework is something called the Decent Work Agenda. And the parts to the Decent Work Agenda that form what is constituted of decent work are rights at work, employment creation, which refers to both jobs and enterprises, social security, and social dialogue. And the important part of that framework is that it gives you a way to look at work, making sure that the elements of dignity are incorporated into it, but it doesn't prescribe the type of work. It says that those are almost the principles and the areas that you need to make sure are catered for, but it doesn't say how they need to be catered for. And so what we're going to spend the next piece of time doing is looking at what the world of work how it has shifted and how those elements are catered for in terms of a post-COVID adjustment. Just to locate the Decent Work Agenda and the work of the ILO, it is under the Sustainable Development Goals and a number of them, but in particular Goal 8, which speaks to decent work and economic growth. So it's very much part of our own legal framework. It gives, it is interpreted into our own labor laws. And it is certainly actually constitutionally mandated because our constitution references international labor standards and the importance of incorporating those into our laws. And of course, in the constitution itself, there's reference to fair labor practices, there's reference to the right to strike, for example, there's reference to equality and a number of other labor rights. So this is very much reinforcing the legal framework, but through a slightly different mechanism. And I think what's important to recognize is the link between decent work, social protection, and how employment addresses poverty and inequality. So that's really the lens through which I'm going to address you this afternoon. And then there's other areas which I think are worth touching on as well. And these are very much part of what is productive work and the capable, ethical, and developmental state. And there's two forces at play. The one is that there should be a mission-driven state, which is orientated around service delivery, around transformation, around an inclusive economy with work opportunities. And in order to achieve that, there's productive work. Which is around work being focused, engaged, strategically aligned, being skilled and capacitated. But really, those two should not be seen as competing with each other. They should be seen as mutually reinforcing. And often what is falsely presumed in some of the labor engagements is that decent work sits opposite productive work. It doesn't. They actually come together. And they are very much part of delivery of the capable and ethical developmental state. They're very much part of how you deliver economically viable enterprises as well. So I really urge you to try and see these as complementary elements rather than competing. So this is a picture. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Thank you. This is a picture of the opposite of what we want to achieve. I think this shows us poverty. It shows us lack of service delivery. It shows us corruption. And really that's not what we are trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve a type of work that is productive and that also provides dignity to people. I'm not sure if the audio is being disturbed on your side. I'm getting a bad echo.
Just give us a second to find out work on the speaker.
Let me try again. That's much better. Can I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thanks so much. So we're diving now into the first element of the decent work agenda, and that refers to rights at work. Typically, this is what's covered by the basic conditions of employment. It's also some of your labor relations rights and some of your other rights that you can go and assert in a court of law or in the CCMA. So there's a number of elements to this, but I think in terms of COVID, there's a few areas that I really want to focus in on. The one area is around hours of work. So normally in your contract of employment, you have a place of work and you have specific hours that are specified. And it normally says you're going to work 8 to 5 at a particular location. You have so much time off during the weekend, so much time off in terms of rest periods during the day. And COVID, of course, has changed that, because with people working remotely, people were working from different locations, and obviously hours have also been extended, particularly for people that have to be on call, and I think also for many levels of management. So what that means is that your contract of employment is potentially out of alignment with what work people are doing. And I think it's all very well if one goes back to work in a relatively normalized way. But if you are not, and if you have for a long period of time allowed people to work in a different way, you need to actually bring your contract in line. There is an opportunity window here to look at different ways of working, to be able to work remotely. It saves people transport time. It also saves on transport costs. If that is going to be an adjustment that you do decide to make for work that can easily accommodate that, then you need to amend the contract of employment accordingly, because otherwise your contract can't actually be valid, but also it becomes very, very difficult to enforce if you do try and enforce other elements of it. In terms of the workplace, the other thing that's changed as a result of COVID is that typically one would go to work and you would have your computer supplied, your desk supplied, you would have electricity, and you would have internet access. With working from home, all of that has moved into the home, and a lot of businesses and a lot of NGOs and a lot of government departments and spheres of work are all struggling with the issue of, when a person now works from home, who has that obligation to provide the tools of trade? Now, one of the elements of being an employee as opposed to being an independent contractor or a service provider is that the employer does provide those tools of trade. But there's a cost attached to it. So what we've seen a number of departments doing is that they've reallocated certain budgets towards making sure that people have actually got access to the devices and to the data that enables them to work online. That's not an easy process. And I think that depending on the nature of the workplace, depending on the nature of work, and depending on the budgetary sort of flexibility, is that could take much longer. But really, if people are going to be working from home, those that have adjusted quickest are those where tools of trade have been provided. And we've seen some wonderful examples in some areas of work where people have been given digital access allowances, and where they can actually use those allowances for different purposes depending on their needs. It might be to top up internet, it might be to actually secure the right equipment, or it might be to secure a backup generator for load shedding, for example. And that obviously has to be done in a responsible way, but really it doesn't make sense that people are working remotely but don't have the tools of trade to do so. It's also brought about a type of hybrid workplace where some people are having to come into work once or twice a week and working the remainder of time from home. And in that case, there's a whole lot of different policies and processes around how office spaces are allocated and how scheduling takes place. We've seen in a number of private sector, particularly service industry jobs, is that they're doing a lot of hot desking now. People don't have permanent offices. Is that people come in, and even the best offices are available on a first come, first served basis. And it's actually a really nice incentive, because when you get to work, you know, if you get there early, you get the best office for the day. We've also seen nice processes where people are using ways to sanitize desks on conclusion, where of person working there, where they've got sort of a red or a green indicator. If it's occupied, it says red. If it's green, then it means that it's open, and it has to have been sanitized before people go and work there. So there are changes in terms of the workplace. The other big area of change, and this is one where I think it's been very, very challenging, not only in government, but I think in the private sector as well, is that typically one used to get to work, and when someone wasn't there, that was how you knew whether or not they were showing up for work. So you typically say, "Where's Joe today?" And someone would say, "Oh no, they haven't come in," or "They're at a meeting," and then you'd know whether or not they were presenting themselves to work. With COVID, what we've learned is that, first of all, you need to find other ways to actually find out if people are actually at work and doing their work. But the other thing that's happened is that, sorry, I'm getting the feedback again. Let me try that. That should be better. The other thing that's happened is that we've had to focus really on what is the output of the job, and more accurately and closely than we're managing whether or not a person is physically present. And this is very, very difficult to do. I think we mustn't underestimate how hard it is. And I think start with yourselves in terms of just what your outputs are and what you're accountable for. And you'll see that it is a very, very different way of working. But it creates the opportunity really to be far more focused on output and delivery. And I really urge that you systematically find a way to go through your departments, to go through your agencies, and to really tighten up what are those deliverables that people are responsible for, how do you measure it, and how do you manage it. And I think also look at the role of management in a different lens, because it's not the role of management to walk around and see if someone's at work. It's the role of management to make sure those outputs are delivered. And how are managers actively enabled to do that and capacitated to do that? I heard a very good example of one of the call center operators recently who said that they used to have a number of supervisors. So they used to have probably, they said, about 1 in 10 people, supervisors for their call center floor. They said now that people are working online, they need 1 supervisor for 20 people, because they've got a whole digital dashboard that enables them to monitor the times on calls, the number of, the waiting time before calls are answered, the number of outcomes that actually arise out of, and sales that come out of those calls. So that's just an example of how the nature of management has changed. But I think in every single area, you could do a lot of good in terms of focusing in on really what those outputs are. And then lastly, I think the contracting process, I know I've mentioned it in relation to hours of work, but if you are changing some of these practices, do be diligent about going back to those contracts and making sure that you update them, because you don't want the contract to lag. The second area of the decent work agenda that I'm going to deal with is the employment creation angle. And as indicated before, I said it deals with jobs and it deals with enterprises. And this really covers how do you get people into work, but also how do you make sure that they have the skills to develop while in work, and how do you make sure that you keep on the sustainable system of employment creation. So COVID, I think you might have experienced for yourselves, has really opened up a number of development opportunities. Before COVID, the ILO always used to speak about something called lifelong learning. And that was essentially that there's no longer a process of where you go through school. Some people will go through tertiary education and then you go into work and then you go into retirement. Instead, what happens now is that once one's gone through one's basic and secondary education, is that people can go in and out of education and work, in and out of periods of time off and sabbaticals and things like that. And that there's an ongoing lifelong learning process. So that's indeed what a lot of people started doing during COVID. People started taking up short courses, they started taking up qualifications, And certainly that idea of lifelong learning became much more established. And it was learning around both core skills in terms of things like ability to organize oneself and to manage and those type of generic skills. Also technical skills. So if you are an accountant, for example, it would be much more detailed understanding of certain standards and processes, and then something called dynamic capabilities. And before COVID started, there was talk of this thing about dynamic capabilities. But what really happened during COVID is I think there was a wholesale recognition and adoption of this terminology. And what does it refer to? It refers to skills that are what one would previously have spoken about, skills that are needed in the future world of work. Skills like problem solving, solutioning, working in a collaborative way, critical thinking, and being able to work with a team and collaborate with others, and being able to be adaptable and adjustable and find solutions under uncertainty. And I think the work that was done during COVID across the board actually required those dynamic capabilities, and people with those capabilities tended to be able to work much easier. But I think what happened also is that organizations with those type of capabilities also worked far more effectively. So we've seen a combination of that coming to the fore. And I think what we've also seen is a much greater level of access to online learning, enabling people to sign up for free online courses, but also courses that would have been previously completely beyond reach. So a lot of people have sort of gone for courses that are provided internationally, and previously that would have required taking time off work, travel, and just were completely unaffordable. So a really fantastic opportunity there. And I think from a human resource perspective, a wonderful opportunity to actually re-look at people's development plans, take advantage of those opportunities, and to make sure that people are really engaged in this process of lifelong learning, whether it's for their own development or their development in terms of the career path within the current function that they are working. In terms of agility, I think we've all had to be far more agile in terms of those dynamic capabilities, but also in terms of types of work and the way in which people work. So we're finding that temporary, flexible work is all far more prevalent than it was prior to COVID. And I know that that's not necessarily a way in which standard work is performed from a government perspective, other than in some of the more peripheral types of work. But it really is an opportunity in terms of how do you cater for the base load of what's required, and then how do you flex your workforce up and down according to the needs and particular requirements. So, for example, if one is working in the Department of Home Affairs and you are issuing visas and work permits, is that there's certain times of the year and there's certain times of the month when one's workload increases, and there are other times when it's quieter. So how do you adjust your staff force up and down for those needs? Similarly, for unemployment insurance, is that month end is a really hard workload time. So how do you flex up your workforce during those times and flex it down when there isn't as much of a need is really important. And then using technology in a far more in a far more constructive way to actually assist in that work process. The other area which I think which is the opposite side of termination of employment is obviously termination. And I think we saw a number of termination processes during the course of COVID, which didn't actually provide the level of dignity, closure, and acknowledgement for people's service that one would ordinarily want to provide, particularly in the circumstances of retirement. And my appeal to you there is that when people are retiring, even if you are all in lockdown and online, is find a way to substitute for what would ordinarily be a farewell event or get together, and do that online and still terminate relationships in a way that give dignity. and go through processes. You know, there's processes around many labor relations circumstances for termination, be it for misconduct or for performance or retrenchment, whatever those types of termination processes that are required, find a way to do them online rather than forfeit having to do them at all. You know, there's consultation processes, there are processes like disciplinary processes. All of those can be substituted online. Just make sure that there's reasonable access so that people can participate in those processes fairly. And there's nothing to say that that's the wrong thing to do, as long as a fair hearing or a fair process has been followed. And then the other area, which I think is so important, is in terms of recruitment and the employment of young people. So that's been an increasing pressure that we've had in South Africa for a very long time. But the reality is that COVID has really exaggerated the need to get young people into work. I think there's 11 million young people who are currently unemployed. And there are now mechanisms that weren't there pre-COVID to actually match young people to work and give them a pathway into employment. So one of the fantastic inventions from the presidency and it operates across government is SA Youth, which actually arose during COVID. That platform was developed. And what it does is it matches employment opportunities in the public and the private sector for young people with the young person in a way that is geolocated and suitable to the person's skills and capabilities. And all it requires is that the young person goes online, they register their core details, and they sign up. And then there's this digital way of matching them to the opportunities that come through. That was how the 300,000 teaching assistants were recruited and employed. And it's being used in a number of other mechanisms for employment opportunities in both government and private sector, as I mentioned. And I would really urge you, if there are opportunities where you can bring young people in, where you can create more work, do so, and then make sure that you use that SA Youth platform to make sure that those opportunities are fairly available and fairly accessible. The other thing that's really important is that if you are employing people during times of COVID, don't forget they still need to be inducted. They still need to understand who they're working with and get to know people, and they need to have access in that regard. There was one lady that I engaged with from one of the national departments in July last year in my capacity as Public-Private Growth Initiative. And I asked her if she had met someone else from another department, because there seemed to be an important link in that regard. And she said to me, to be honest, Tanya, she said, I joined in March. It was just as COVID started. She said, I went into the office once, and she said, since then, I've been working from home. She says, I haven't met one person. And I just thought that, and this was someone in quite a sort of technical area of management. I just thought that's exactly, what one doesn't want to do. You want people to, even if they have to meet online and virtually, connect people, make sure that they come into the workplace, even if it's an online way, and adjust in terms of what they need to, who they need to know and what they need to know as soon as possible. Then the next area that COVID has really shaped considerably is that of social security and social protection. So typically this refers to leave, it refers to medical aids, it refers to pension funds, and importantly, health and safety, and also things like gender issues and disabilities and things like that. So under the well-being side of things, I think what we've seen is a real understanding and recognition that work-life balance, particularly when people are working online and at home, has really been encroached upon. Is that hours of work have just expanded, weekends are no longer weekends. I think government in particular, so often I speak to colleagues who are working at 10, 11 at night, preparing for a meeting the following day. Those boundaries have really become very, very blurred. And that hasn't necessarily been good for people's well-being. And I think that's really my message to you here is make sure you look after yourself first and foremost, and that you put in place relevant boundaries. Look after your physical and emotional well-being. Make sure that you get exercise and are relatively active, and that you spend time with loved ones, and that you spend time doing non-work things, because it's not healthy and it's not productive if you don't get the right balance. The other thing which I think has been really prevalent, and we've seen a lot of international studies being done in this regard, is around childcare. And the disproportionate load that's been placed particularly on women in terms of looking after children during COVID. And particularly when the schools were closed, and there's also the requirement to assist children with their studies, and these types of things have really put a lot of burden onto the parents, but particularly in single-headed households. So I think being aware of that challenge, and I think being sensitive to it, is really important. The overseas studies that are referred to, many of them coming out of America, have said that this has resulted in many women leaving the workplace. And that's obviously really not, you don't want to lose anyone from the workplace, but the fact that it's disproportionately affected women is obviously something one wants to guard against. And I think the other area in terms of well-being is really making sure that workspaces are conducive in terms and as conducive as possible in terms of how one operates if one is working remotely. So try and make sure that you've got a space that is relatively confined, relatively noise-free, and which is all very difficult if you don't have enough space for that. To make sure that your chair is one that's ergonomically sound, that you have a workspace to work on, and that you have the equipment ideally to be able to operate. What some businesses have done, and it's a very good practice, is that they've put in place a well-being audit for people that are working remotely. So they put together various elements and questions to ask people about whether or not they are working under safe and conducive conditions. And then they use that not only as a tool to try and address the challenges, but also, I think, to be aware of the challenges. Because many times as an employer or as a manager, you're not necessarily aware of the conditions under which people are required to work. The same is applied to transport to and from work during COVID. I think particularly in the early stages of lockdown, when public transport was severely restricted, this had a very disproportionately negative impact on some of the workforce. And it wasn't necessarily something that employers and managers were tuned into. There are very good tools that can be used to check in with employees from time to time in terms of their emotional and their physical well-being. And I think that some employers have really used the COVID opportunity to look into that more closely and to connect with employees on a far more empathetic and responsive basis. So one of the exercises that I know some employers are using is that at the start of a weekly meeting or even at the start of a monthly meeting, they will do a type of check-in and just sort of say, how are things at home? Different questions for different meetings. How are you coping with the stage of COVID? What's happening in terms of your children, and just ask questions so that people can actually surface some of these issues and actually understand the circumstances under which people are having to work. Leave has been another area that you need to get a handle on if you haven't already. I think during the early stages of lockdown, we saw a lot of leave requirements going out the window because we didn't know how to manage those leave periods when people were in isolation, when they were taking extended sick leave, when people were being forced to go home, but because there was no work taking place, and was that leave or wasn't it? A lot of that is now regularized, but I think what you do need to do is check your leave balances, particularly now that you're coming up to year end. Make sure that those aren't excessive and manage those leave balances down to reasonable levels so that you don't create a legacy in that regard. The other thing is make sure that when leave is being taken, that it's properly authorized and it's properly acceptable in terms of your leave policies. Because if you get into habits of allowing people to take leave that isn't permitted in terms of your policies, then it's very, very hard to pull it back. So good idea to go and have a look at those leave balances, look at the practices, make sure that the administration around leave is being properly managed. And if it isn't, then just say to people that some of these practices have got a little bit loose during COVID. We are going to start again and manage it more actively, and this is what's going to happen. The other thing that happened during COVID in public and private sector was that health and safety came into the spotlight like it never has before. I think what we've seen in public companies is that when health and safety used to be something that was dealt with by a health and safety officer somewhere down the line in the business, it's now something that's sitting at board level on the social and ethics committees. It's something that is one of the key risks that are being managed by businesses. So this really is an opportunity to make sure that practices around health and safety are reinforced, that your occupational health and safety committees are properly constituted, that they're doing what they need to do in terms of the law, that they are meeting, that they're taking minutes, that they're addressing risks and managing risks. So that's a really important opportunity, and I would really urge you to look into that. There have been a number of incapacity processes with people with long-term COVID and illnesses. Obviously follow the processes that are required in that regard. And on the gender challenges, I just urge you to really be aware of what they are. And if you can, in a bottom-up way, in your own environment, address some of those challenges, please do so. Because the more people that actually just take steps within your own environment to do something, the more it makes a difference. So when a person, for example, is scheduling a meeting and the individual says, I can't do after 6 because I've got to take care of the children, then try and accommodate that and don't ask them again. Remember those challenges, because I think that some people are genuinely dealing with those issues, and the more sensitive one can be to that, the better it is. And then the last area of decent work is really around communication, engagement, and how one engages in social dialogue and collective bargaining. And it's under a broad category called social dialogue. But it's essentially all those interactions between people, how unions are regulated, the role of unions in the workplace, and also around partnerships with other social partners, not necessarily only between business and labor and potentially government, but also with communities, civil society, and other entities. And I think the one thing that we saw during COVID without fail is that those employers that had strong and coherent communication and engagement approaches really did so much better. They helped to manage uncertainty. And that's a really important thing, not only for how you manage COVID, but it's an important thing in terms of the world of work that we operate in. Whether it's climate and change induced, whether it's socially induced, whether it's unrest like we've just experienced, what we know for sure is that the world of work is becoming far less certain. And the one way that you can create a level of stability is by giving line of sight and engaging clearly with people that are working and engaging people and getting their input. Not just one-way communication, but two-way communication, so that people actually get a sense of security and knowledge and insight. One of the things that I spoke a little bit earlier about dynamic capabilities. The one thing we've seen is that dynamic capabilities don't just sit at the top with management and they filter down, is that a lot of those dynamic capabilities sit at the bottom levels of the organization. And if one can harness those capabilities from wherever they are in the organization, you're going to have a far stronger unit that actually delivers on what it's meant to do. So really find ways to focus in on that. The other thing that I think has really connected people when they're working across different locations and remote locations is this issue of values and culture. Because you might not be physically in the same place, but the thing that does connect you is what are you trying to achieve and how you do it. So do spend some time, and it's not at every meeting, but do spend some time being far more conscious of what is those points of, what are those values that connect you? What is the culture? What are you trying to achieve as a department? How does that feed into a capable and ethical state? And just tap into that. One of the things that I think, having served on the ministerial task team on professionalizing the public service, that we've spoken about extensively is service delivery. And if one looks at, how the public are treated, how one wants to deliver service, the speed of delivering service, when people are queuing, under what circumstances are they queuing, the values and the culture that you attribute to that is really important in terms of everyone in that unit providing that service, and really important to, from time to time, just focus in on why are you there, what you're trying to achieve, and how everyone actually contributes to that. In terms of collective bargaining, we saw that stopped for a period of time during COVID, but certainly normal collective bargaining practices have tended to resume. We recently did a survey across different sectors. Some sectors are doing that in person, some sectors are doing that virtually, but that bargaining process has essentially relatively normalized. So there haven't been huge amounts of changes there. Also, in terms of strikes and ballots and things like that, is that those processes to some extent have been technologically enhanced, but to a large extent have continued as they did before. But the big area of shift that I do think is worth looking at is partnerships. And that's not only because I work for the Public-Private Growth Initiative, which is all about partnerships, but I think that we've certainly experienced from many angles that there's a far higher level of collaboration and partnership in terms of how we're working now than there was before COVID. I think we saw from the start of COVID, we saw government and business working far more closely in terms of delivery of food, delivery of medicines, delivery of essential products and goods and services into society. We've seen that continue in terms of the vaccination rollout. We've seen a lot of partnerships. And if I give you an example on the master plans, the national sector master plans, that's partnerships between business, labor, and government in terms of sectors. So I think that that's definitely something that has shifted considerably. It's not so much about each constituency fighting for themselves. It's really about what's in the interests of the sector, or in the interests of the state, or in the interests of broader society. And we're seeing that collaborations in that regard are really far more prevalent than they were prior to COVID. So that's the decent work agenda and some of the trends that we're seeing coming through as a result of COVID. I want to reinforce some good HR practices at this point, which actually feed into the decent work agenda. The one is by Jim Collins, who speaks about a great HR function and speaks about 3 levels of work that are required. 3 types of work, not 3 levels of work. There's the transactional work, which is really your day-to-day, your administration functions, things like your leave records and payroll. There's the interventional work, which is the top-down policies. So that's where I said, your health and safety policies might have to be adjusted. Some of your work from home policies or digital access policies and things like that. And then there's the transformational work, which draws even more on your dynamic capabilities in terms of driving change in partnership. And the message from that I think is really important is that COVID has required all of those responses and all of those functions to shift and to be recognized. And, it's not just one or the other of those that are important. It's actually a combination of them. Make sure that you've got people within your human resource functions at all those levels and focusing on all of them, because it will certainly fail if you only have part of that. The other thing that I think is really useful to reflect on in the bottom left corner is what Mariana Mazzucato has really developed a theory of excellence around, which is around the entrepreneurial state. And she speaks about things like dynamic capabilities. She speaks about things about how one co-shapes and co-creates. And most importantly, how you bring capacity back into the state rather than outsourcing it. And I think all of these areas that she focuses in on, we've actually seen manifest during the course of COVID. So it's a very useful read. And I think particularly because she's sitting in the President's Economic Advisory Council, doing a lot of work with the National School of Government, is that it's well worth reflecting on what is the elements of an entrepreneurial state. Some other interesting reads are Linda Grattan, who speaks about that in terms of how the glue that connects people in organizations is really the values. And Philip Christian Dikuna, who speaks about trust and partnerships and how it's so much easier if you are in an environment where there's trust between people to get work done. And really that foundationally at the level of, if you want to be more efficient, trust is what comes into the equation. So a few key themes that I think are really coming through from COVID that are important is obviously there's an opportunity to digitize and enhance. Capacity building has become absolutely key. It doesn't matter whether it's on your normal job or on how to use a Zoom call or how to use technology, but the importance of increasingly investing in capacity and skills development. Having that common vision, like almost at the start of every meeting and at the start of every strategy session, really connecting with what you're trying to achieve. That element of coordination, connection, and trust, and really being willing to embrace a transformational and adaptive culture. And this is the bit where I'm sort of closing off, but I think there's a few things here that I think from your own points of view, I encourage you to do. And that start with yourselves, both in terms of you as an individual, but you as a function. If you are going to try things new, do it for yourself first, and do it for your function first before you roll it out more generally to others. I really encourage you to partner as much as you can connect with others, innovate and adapt and learn, and obviously grow through that process. And most importantly, I'm leaving you with a vaccination message, because the one thing that's going to get us back to work quickly and safely, protect ourselves and protect others, is to go through the vaccination process and make sure that we continue to wear masks when we're in environments that are in close proximity to others, particularly indoors, because we need to actually keep the workplace as safe as possible. I think people are very quickly in this stage of lockdown getting back to old ways of working. And unfortunately, COVID hasn't gone away. Be that person in the room that actually reminds others and that keeps your mask on if you need to, because it really is something that you're doing for others around you as well as to protect yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tanya. We have first-hand experience the challenge of working from home. We have heard in your background that you are not alone. So we know what are the impacts of COVID on all of us working from home. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. It's always good to hear from you and to be reminded. I think this is the second message that we are getting, the same message that we get the second time today, that it starts with me. So we really need to take care of ourselves. Thank you very much for reminding us about that, Tanya. I think we have touched on quite a number of things, that are very pertinent in our working lives as public servants. Your work-life balance, you're talking about your physical and emotional, general well-being. You said that you emphasize that we need to make sure that we look after ourselves both emotionally and physically. And also we need to check in with people that we work with. Don't just assume that people are fine, because you saw me yesterday. The next day when you see me, you think that exactly when you left me, that is where I'm still at. But things change overnight, especially during this time with COVID. So thank you very much for sharing with us, Tanya. I just want to check from the floor if there are any questions or comments for Tanya. Or we release her. should not have mentioned that you are an advocate, Tanya. So people are just too scared to ask questions. But thank you very much for the wonderful presentation and for sharing with us. It's always good to connect with you. Thank you, Tanya. And then give her another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm not an advocate, so.
Sorry, slip of a tongue, attorney. Thank you. Goodbye, Tanya.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know we've run out of time, but I'm just going to take a few minutes and ask if we can give the next speaker an opportunity to present to us. It's something that is very interesting and very important in terms of challenges that we are faced with as leaders in the public service. It hasn't been easy. We all have been through what we've been through. We have seen how things have panned up since last year. So as leaders, people were looking up to us sitting here as leaders to what are we doing next? What is the next step? What is the decision that needs to be taken? So at this moment, I would like to call upon Dr. Khaile, if I may just. So Mr. Abel Khaile is a professional who has served in the public service over a period of 34 years, a quarter of that as senior manager. He has been instrumental in cutting-edge innovations in whatever position he was appointed to, particularly on change management and leadership. His wide experience in the provincial, national, and international spheres has established him as a multi-talented individual respected by many. He has earned the admiration of various people, including his peers, seniors, as well as seasoned academics. He received numerous awards, both locally and internationally, for the wonderful work that he has done as a public servant, a seasoned public servant. Let us welcome Mr. Khaile. Thank you.
Let me thank you, Program Director Dr. Easy, for the introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much aware that we've been here for the whole day, and we were thinking that would be done by 3 o'clock. Dr. Maja has also invited us to be part of something at 3 o'clock, which I think is very, very vital. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, so that I can be able to save some time. First things first, colleagues who are in the PSTF steering committee, who have listened to this presentation before, that was cleverly crafted and presented by my colleague, Solomon. I hope that I'm not going to learn how to speak, and I think it is nice for us to say we wish that professor could have been the last person, to speak, when he was talking to us about ethical issues. But then, in summary, can I ask you to come with me on an imaginary trip in a town about 390 kilometers down from here? He said, a city called Uppington. Now, let us say in Uppington there is an organization. This organization is very stable. People in the organization know exactly what must be done, to whom they report, and the organizational structure is so rigid that everybody knows what he or she is supposed to do and to whom they are supposed to report. And the organization works like a clock. The operations are routine and everything, but then something drastic happens. Suddenly, without a warning, something happens to this organization. It becomes so bad that some of the senior managers contemplate leaving the organization. the turnover of the organization decreases from 54 million to 37 million. Now comes the CEO of this company, and he thinks, I've got to do something, I've got to lead differently because of this thing that has emerged. And he feels that he's got to flatten the structure. He then appoints a multidisciplinary team cutting from various sections of the company. Now he disturbs the status quo. And he establishes what you did at the National School of Government, the war rooms. And in these war rooms, there are some younger people who then start to shine and come up with innovative ideas on how to turn the situation. And let us say within no time, about 1 year and about 5 months, 1 year, 5 months, things change for the better. And the company does not only bounce back to where it was, but does better. That is, in essence, the crux of organizational resilience. So if we had time, if we had enough time, ladies and gentlemen, we would talk about many of these things, what COVID means for organizations, the leadership burden that is placed by the pandemic on the leadership and the burdens that are there, the opportunities vis-a-vis the problems it presents, the current and future challenges facing supervisors. And we will talk just briefly for a second about organizational resilience and sustainability and complexity theory and trends here and there and implications for leadership. I won't go throughout all of those things. But what does COVID-19 mean for organizations? In the initial stages, it becomes disruptive. It is problematic. It causes a lot of problems for you. But it also at the same time gives us a lot of opportunities to learn for now and in the future. We have a lot of companies that have experienced cyber attacks. There are a lot of risks that are there now because of the COVID-19. There are now breakdowns in business operations. Things do not function as they were functioning before COVID. There are lapses, in organizational. The organization in the manner that you were running it prior to the COVID-19. So it becomes business unusual. There are two words that I want us to remember that are directly linked to organizational resilience, and that is adaptability and innovation. Now, what are the challenges that are there? Because of COVID-19, there's now low productivity levels. We are aware of that. And there's a declining work ethic. How do you manage in such a milieu? How do you navigate your organization or your department in an area where there is now low productivity levels and a declining work ethic? What is it that how do you balance between results that are supposed to be there as well as remote working? And how do you deal with these officials who are on the lower level and who also want to be part of working remotely? Can I just check, colleagues, who of you, by show of hands, have colleagues that they have to manage because of COVID-19 and those colleagues working from home? I just want to see if there are any of us who have to deal with colleagues who are working from home. You have to manage them. I see one hand, Melerato, I see, very good, very good. Now, this is a reality, and everybody then begins to say, if Malita can be able to work from home, I also, want to work from home. And then issues of of unions now come into play, issues of politics now come into play, and issues of, no, you do this because it's easy. You know, they are easy. Machila is close to him now. That's why he is only allowing her, you know, to go and to work from. We also want to work from home. If she did it, we can also did it. And there becomes what we call an accountability deficit, because many of our colleagues then begin to pull back, and the top management is left on its own. They say, no, they will have to look at those results. No, they'll have to you know, to give those reports. I'm not part and parcel of that. It is COVID. And there's a high turnover of staff and burnout and growing absenteeism. Now, what does that mean? It means that there has to be some regulatory framework that has to be brought into the space because of these new changes. So there definitely has to be some policy reviews that affect our people that are working in government. Because how then do you go and measure a person who has a few days, you know, to be absent, and then the leave days are now limited, and now you have to give that person even more time? We have to have some changes in the policies. Now, as I said, I want you to tell me who of you feel that now after a year in the largely remote working mode and space, are you feeling overload, digital overload, and meetings have doubled? Let me see by show of hands if there are any of you who now had more meetings before the pandemic. You feel that now we're having much more. We did not have so many meetings. Sometimes, if we are clever as managers, we make sure that the meetings, although they are many, they are shorter and more productive. But it is a fact that now people feel overworked and people feel exhausted, or both. Now, that is your home is your office, Miniers. Your home is your office, and you are always at home. It means you are always at the office, so I'm not absent. Those are some of the challenges that are there. So what is OR? What is organizational resilience? And we have decided to take this particular definition of organizational resilience because we realize that throughout the whole world, in Australia, all over, everybody refers to denial and that explanation of denial in terms of what organizational resilience is. And there are a few words that I want to highlight. You anticipate the ability of an organization to, one, anticipate. And after anticipating, you prepare for and you respond and you adapt to incremental change and sudden disruptions in order to do what? To survive and prosper. Now, those two last words, remember the example of the thing that the organization in Uppington, those people not only bounced back, but they bounced forward. They not only went back and got the same type of amount of money, 54 million, but they did even better. That is organizational resilience. But you go a little bit more better. You don't go back to where you were. You have learned all of the challenges that are there as an organization, as your department, as your unit. You have now learned all of those things that you are now able to put them into practice and be even better than you were before the pandemic. Organizational risk is not, organizational resilience is not about quick fixes. It is something that you have to try to implement throughout the whole time whenever you get your chance. It's premised on making the four legs of the elephant dance. I don't care how much or how big your elephant is, but your elephant will never dance if you don't put you as a senior manager if you don't apply some leading tactics of how to engage and change the atmosphere that is there for the elephant to dance. Now, it is not only about weathering and going over and through the current storm and say we have done, but it is about taking care that you prepare for the next wave. And we're talking about waves now in terms of the next big thing that comes. And remember, we had how many waves? The third wave, the fourth wave, and so on. So you need to prepare for the next wave. So it is dynamic. It's always in motion. And going back to what Dr. Ma just spoke about the plane, let us also use the analogy of the plane and say that it is not only about fixing the plane in midair, but it is also about trying to build the plane as it flies. So it's a lot of give and take, trial and error, start and fail type of thing. So it's not a destination, but it has to be a way of being. We will skip those models, and I want us to look at that theory quickly because there's a strong linkage between organizational theory of organizational resilience and complexity theory. If we look on the right-hand side here, this is what we refer to as operational leadership. That company, before it was struck by that unfortunate incident, it was exactly like that. Clear direction. You know who to report to. You know, the systems are well explained. The structure is well put there, and everybody knows what to do and what are the processes and processes that have to be there. But then leaders then move from operational leadership to what we call an enabling leadership. Well, now this is being changed now. This is a place of adaptation during this stage where things are changing, where flatter organizational models are being put in place now. And this is where agility comes from now. And then it goes now only from operational to enabling leadership. And now you have a new order where you have entrepreneurial leadership, a leadership that is able to take care of risks, a leadership that is able to think what they can do, a leadership that thinks on its feet. We will leave that. So just 2 or 3 things of these things. How do you foster resilience in organizations? One of the things is you have to acknowledge that the risk is always there. So risk is and we definitely have to decentralize decision making. That is why that company in Uppington, opened up the flatter and made it flatter, the organizational structure. And you recognize that things are not easy, things are not the same. You recognize complexity. So a few remarks. It is useful to remember, ladies and gentlemen, that not all models are inconclusive. You cannot say organizational resilience as a model or a certain type of a model in organizational resilience is the one to take. But some of the models, give you useful points that you can look at as a manager. Remember, leadership drives change and resilience in organizations. Now, there's a difference between leaders as heroes, that you want to do it alone. You can push and make sure that this thing is, that mentality is different from being a leader as a host. You are just there, but you ensure that everybody that works with you becomes part of the process. And culture is strategy for breakfast. That is what Peter Drucker said in the 60s, and that still functions even today. So what are the questions that we are asking ourselves? What are the things that we have to do differently moving forward? And remember, we are moving now in a cycle where you don't have a lot of directives, where you don't have a lot of things that will support you. Policies are not yet there that are targeted towards non-COVID-19. You know, you are working as an individual who has to think outside the box, who have to break the box and remove the box. Fixes, but you have to try to adapt all the time. And what are the labor relations implications and policy changes required now and beyond? There definitely has to be some changes in some of the policies that we have, because we can never again go back to normal. So we have to think of strategies and policies that will be relevant today and tomorrow. And there are also softer issues like, you know, the increasing COVID-19 infections that are still there, the stigma. Are we finding that stigma is still there in terms of COVID-19? It's not a big deal. So people have now at least understood that this is not a case. So we have also to deal with general employee wellness. People are really, some of them are really sick. And how do you manage those things? How do you put yourself as a leader being empathic, you know, empathy, be empathetic, something like that. So are we going to reset, to hit the reset button and go back after the pandemic to where we were? Or are we going to try to pivot quickly and catapult forward and try to see what is it that we can do? And how do you retain the high flyers in your department, those younger people and those that were able to bring about? This COVID has hit the global market. I'll just take one or two issues. With the research that was done by BCG, 56% of employees are open to looking for other positions within the next year, while 20% are already actively looking. And they give us examples of other countries. The percentage is 63 in Australia and 54 in France. So the trends in terms of recruiting are changing. And retraining, which is you and I's part and place, they have to be done. It has to be done. You know, 68% of workers are willing to retrain or to be retrained in order to obtain skills for a completely new job. They are willing to go somewhere where they'll be trained, whether it is still in the company in a different section or unit or outside. So what are we saying? We're saying that we have to rethink the way activities are conducted. We have, as a leader, to direct the paradoxical, contradictory issues. How do you balance rationality versus empathy? The rational part of it is saying to me, you have outused the number of days that you have. We cannot give you any more leave. How do you balance between stability and flexibility, between now and the future? What do we do? How do we come to challenge the issues of now, the present, and the future? You, as a leader, have got to exist in two sections, in the now and in the future. In your mind, you've got to lead in such a manner. So you have to focus on central processes now, the things that are going on now, while scrutinizing the more opaque periphery, the things that are on the outside, so that you prepare for uncertainty. Let me end, ladies and gentlemen, by this research that was done by the University of Sydney Business School. The yellow bar represents the results before the crisis, and the blue one represents the result after the crisis. This is a research that was done by the University of Sydney Business School. survey last year in the summer. Let's look at strategic vision. They said, a lot of people, 74% of the respondents said strategic vision is important. It is a valued quality in a leader. You have to have strategic vision. But then after the crisis, when the same people were checked, what happened? It went down from 74%, and now people, 68% of the people are saying, no. It is important, but because of what people think. So some of the things change, the attitudes and the perceptions of people. Let's go to results focus. 58% says the results are important, whereas after the crisis, they said only 49% said it is important. Now let's look at empathy. 38% before the crisis did not recognize, said that empathy is valid. But after the crisis, people who work there, people who gave us the results, people who were studied by the university, felt that empathy is much more important now after the COVID. That shows you that it becomes an element of humaneness. And colleagues, I just want to take you to the last one, the only one that received the highest change in all of these attributes, in all of these qualities. Resilience in leadership is quite important. Whereas after the crisis, people felt that 34% felt that it is very important. Colleagues, I don't have a magic wand. I don't have a magic wand to give to you to say, go and do this. But all we are saying is that try to see how best you can manage in this moving fluid structure when you are trying the best that you can to lead beyond COVID-19. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khaile. Can we give him another round of applause, please? In our vocabulary. You reminded us two words that we need to take with us: adaptability and innovation. We have been researching about innovation, but it was never applicable in the public service. However, after COVID, innovation is part and parcel of our leadership. We spoke about entrepreneurial leadership that thinks on its feet, leadership that acknowledges risk. We do not run away from risk. We have to face risk and come up with innovative ways of working around the risk. So what are the things that we have to do differently to move forward? That is a question that we all need to ask ourselves as leaders in the public service. We spoke about the change that has impacted us, the labor relations implications, the policy changes that need to take place. Also, another without people, there is no organization. I want to find out if there are any inputs or questions from the floor. Okay, it has been a long day. Dr. Khaile, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the energy that you've put into it. I know it's not easy at this time of the day. We are full, we are trying to digest the food, we are tired. I can't say we are thinking about traffic because we are in Kimberley, there is no traffic. Am I right? So colleagues, I would like to end on the following words. Words by Rumi, who says, yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. But today I am wise, so I am changing myself. It starts with me. Remember the man in the mirror. Colleagues, signing out from Kimberley, my name is Mangaliso Sibanda Malachi. Thank you very much for being with me. I will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 o'clock. The first one to arrive will get a gift from the National School. Thank you very much. Go well, stay safe. Thank you.
Okay, that position is actually not there. Okay, good work as well. It's on here. Tomorrow okay. So it's going to be yeah. Really big one. Showed it. Right in the video.
Also, let's open.
Oh, phakathi malethu Obama yeah.
Will you just control? Please delete it. Please delete. I don't know the log. Yeah.
Do it. Yes, I was welding and couldn't really met. Wolf. Yeah, no, I need to. No, I've got a lot of things to sort out and service channel meetings again next week. Yeah. Really?
Yes, it will take a while. This is
Just gonna close it up.
Yeah.
As I send this to you. Where do I get this? No man. Sure, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it's disconnected from
Public. Really? Very slow today. Oh no. Something about documents. Zoom. All of it. Huh? Huh? That's what I do. I'm mailing it to you. That's some pinky stuff. Where did they get this? The whole presentation. Let's have a look. But where did I save it? See, here's it. But YouTube. See, where's this? My documents. Documents, my documents. Okay.